Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's another great Friday morning from across the world. Good morning, Dennis. How are you, my man?
Doing super great.
I love it. I love it. For you guys that are just now tuning in, just as a reminder, one of the things that we had requested over the last few months is people wanted to learn a little bit more about our awesome virtual assistants that are working with hundreds and hundreds and soon to be thousands of our employers across the United States. And we really just wanted to get to know our VAs a little bit better. And, Dennis, we really just want to talk about today, like, why are you a VA, right? Like, how did you get into being a virtual assistant? There are probably a million different jobs you could have taken a career path in. And so I would love just for you to kind of start off, man, by telling me a little bit about you and your family and kind of how did your virtual assistant journey start?
Sure. So yeah, about me, I'm sort of like an eclectic individual. I've been jumping industries from IT to healthcare to real estate. When I did try my hands on real estate in the local market, I did find out that the income is sort of variable, very variable. So I needed another source of income that's more stable. Yet at the same time I wanted to keep learning about real estate. So I went ahead and became a real estate virtual assistant. Right now I find it very rewarding to be helping others with my technical skills.
I love that. So Dennis, something really like unique about you that a lot of VAs don't have is you were an actual real estate agent in the Philippines. Like you were doing real estate. And so like you not only had experience in real estate, but then you're now gaining more experience based on United States based real estate at the same time.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. So whenever you were deciding like to kind of, because you said it right, the variable income in real estate takes some time to build a business. Why did you decide to be a VA? Like you could have maybe gone and worked for other real estate companies as like an in-person assistant. Like why did you want to be a virtual assistant? And like how did you find us? How did you find the job? Like what was kind of some of your thoughts there?
Yeah, so I've been doing this like for 5 years. And Before I actually jumped into becoming a VA, my brother and sister-in-law, they've already been doing it. So I have an idea of like what the income bracket is.
Mm-hmm.
It's way better than most jobs that would be offered by any real estate company here. Um, yep. So I thought that was a good decision. And at the same time, I love learning. So learning about the standards in the US, the technologies that I use, it's like hitting two birds with one stone,
Yeah.
basically.
No, I love that. I love that. So tell me a little bit about like what are you currently doing as a virtual assistant? Like I don't need to know everything, but like what are some of your favorite things that you're currently doing for your client on a day-to-day basis that you help take off their plate?
Yeah, there is the usual mundane stuffs like going through emails. Those are very how do we call it, low value tasks, like
Hmm.
I usually take that on, and I get better doing it over time. And then there's the on the opposite end, there's those instances when there's like new technologies, new platforms that I want to learn about, this like Loco or Follow Up Boss. And so I take the learning the technical side out
Hmm.
of the equation so they can focus more on finding more business.
Yeah, I love that. So what I heard you say is that you take off a lot of repetitive tasks, like things that happen
Mhm.
every single day. But then on the opposite, there's sometimes tasks that they give you, like new technology that maybe your employer has no clue how to use. And
Yeah.
they say, hey, Dennis, you need to go out, do the research,
Mhm.
show me how to use it. And so that
Mhm.
sounds like a little bit more of a higher dollar per hour use of your time to get them up and running.
Mhm.
I love
Exactly.
that. I love that. So, what would you say is your favorite task being a virtual assistant, whether it was with this employer or another one? Like, what do you really strive at, and like, what are you really good at that you think should be something that you continue to do?
Uh, I think my greatest reward comes from seeing them that I'm actually making a difference. Sometimes that involves like really mundane tasks, like, hey, can you quickly put something like this together?
Mhm.
Uh, but when it's not that, I usually love when I'm seeing new technology in the industry. Like for example, how artificial intelligence, SMS, uh, bots are doing. So yeah, I love seeing all these new cutting edge technologies at work.
I love that. I love that. And what I love you bring up here is I think a lot of people, because you guys are so far away in the Philippines, like
Mhm.
we don't understand your culture. We don't sometimes understand your education level. And for you guys to be able to be working on artificial intelligence and all these different things, like it just shows that there's no gap at all in what you guys are able to do. So I absolutely love that. So tell me, do you have a family, or like what do you like to do in your free time when you're not working as a virtual assistant?
Yeah, I have a family. I've been married for 23 years. So I've
Wow.
got two daughters. The youngest one is still in junior high equivalent. The eldest one is one of your VAs.
Oh, awesome. Actually, I did know that. Samantha, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do. I remember she was actually one of our I don't know if say very first, but in the first few
Mhm,
months, she was definitely one of our first VAs.
mhm.
Yeah, that is awesome. So talk to me a little bit about that. Is that normal? And I know the answer, but is it normal for a lot of people to, if you're a virtual assistant, because you said the income bracket's usually higher, like to have a lot of friends that are also virtual assistants as
Mhm.
well?
Yeah, yeah. I guess you could say there's a small community.
Mhm.
And with the pandemic, a lot more people are trying to break into this industry, and so it's more competitive nowadays.
Makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Now, talk to me. Like, have you ever worked before your real estate job and then finding a VA? Did you ever work in the corporate world in the Philippines or do any like BPO type jobs?
Not sure about the IPPO, but my first job was as a software design engineer for a Japanese company. Um, no, sorry, that was my first job after college. My first job was actually a manufacturing technician for
Mm.
an IBM laptop assembly plant. Yeah, and then I jumped around a bit. It usually takes me about 3 years before I decide that this industry is not for me. I want to explore. I want to live like the life I want to live.
I love that you said that because a lot of real estate agents, as you probably know, they used to have corporate careers, right? They used to be software engineers. They used to be the same, and they got tired of the desk job, and then they moved into real estate. So I love that you said that because a lot of you are just like us here. Like we want to work a job because I mean, my guess is you were probably driving to the office in a lot of traffic, right? And having to do a lot of those different things that you no longer have to do now.
Yeah, more time for the family, like what really matters.
I love that. I love that. Talk to me a little bit about like how was it adjusting to working overnight? Because a lot of times we get questions here in the United States of, "Hey, Justin, like, do they like working overnight? Like, what does that look like?" Because in the United States, because
Yeah,
we don't have a lot of outsourcing, there's not a lot
yeah,
of overnight jobs here.
it's definitely not for everybody. I know some people who I've tried to help into this industry, but ultimately the time difference, like turns them off, or maybe they're just anyway. So my adjustment includes making sure that my schedule is regular, which means I try to go to bed at almost the same time every day. I've made sure that I've invested in air conditioning. Then I've made sure that I blocked out my windows so
Yep.
that I've got like a simulated night, because that really helps with recovery. Um, on days that I need to do errands, I really love that I can go out in the middle of a work day when the malls and the offices they're not very jam packed. So yeah, so that's my life. It takes a little adjustment. So but you can really plan around it to make it work for you.
I love that. I love that. So, well, I just want to say, Dennis, I really appreciate you jumping on here and really just sharing a little bit about your VA journey. I know that you'll do two things by jumping on here. Number one, you'll inspire more employers here in the United States to get a virtual assistant, which in turn means more virtual assistants, and your friends and family and fellow countrymen and women will have an opportunity for a job. So I appreciate you taking some time out of your day, and I appreciate your employer letting you come and jump on our call for just a little bit and share a little bit more about your family.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, Sphere Rocket has helped me very much, especially during the onset of the pandemic. So I'm really happy to give back.
I appreciate it, Dennis. Well, man, I hope you have a great rest of your, it's almost Saturday probably for you now, so we're approaching it, but I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday and a great rest of your workday.
Okay.
Thanks.
Have a great day too.
Bye. Good morning, Anna. How are you?
Good morning, Justin. I'm good. How about you?
I am super good. I'm super excited to chat with you because it's been a few months since you and I and Brian have been on a call. So super excited. I love your background as always bright and colorful. But good morning, Anna. I know a lot about you since you and I and Brian went through a lot of coaching together, but
that's right.
Our audience does not. So just like we did with Dennis, I would love for you to introduce yourself. I know you've kind of been in the virtual world for a little bit longer than a lot of people have. So I'm just going to kind of let you share your story and kind of how you became a virtual assistant.
Okay. Well, people call me Anna, and in Sphere Rocket, they call me Mommy Eyes. All right. So I think it's pretty obvious that I am a mother, and they look up to me as a mother. All right. I started in the VA world back in 2016, right after I was offered an what do you call this? Early retirement from a BPO. And then it didn't really turn out well. I'm sorry for the term, but I really had very bad clients.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's when I discovered teaching and training. So I started teaching and training back in 2016. And when the pandemic, boomed out, all right. Eventually, I felt tired from teaching. So I had to look for another job. And their Sphere Rocket was on my news feeds. So I decided to check it out, and the rest is history. And I cannot say anything bad about Sphere Rocket. For me, it's actually the best thing that ever happened in my my whole entire life, Justin.
I love that. And I love that you brought up the point that your clients really do make a difference too, because, there's so many jobs out there, and there are so many people that are, have good morals and ethics, and there's some that don't. And so it really can sometimes ruin your experience if you have a client that, isn't loving, isn't kind, isn't willing to, teach and train and do those different things. So I love that you brought that up. So talk to me a little bit about your teaching and training job. Like you taught ESL or something. Is that, if I remember right?
That is right. I've been teaching Chinese children and adults as well, for well, since 2016. So it's almost 5 years. 5 years now. But I've been concentrating more on training teachers,
Mhm.
to be, to be better teachers to Chinese students. So if I'm not mistaken, there are two
Yep.
teachers in Sphere Rocket. Um, and I'm just happy that they have chosen to be with Sphere Rocket. So that's it. I have been training for many years now, and it's something that I actually told Brian that I really really love, and I can't really seem to drop it or let it go. And Brian is such an awesome client, and he really helps or understands me, and he is just the best client.
I love that. So the reason why I wanted to ask you that is a lot of times here in the United States, people have never heard of virtual assistants, and they
Yes.
hear the Philippines and they're like our brain immediately thinks, oh, they must not know English very well, right? Like we all know that you guys are perfect at English, but I think a lot of times people have never considered, a job and having clients and VAs in another country. And so I wanted to use you as an example of, number one, your grammar in English is 100 times better than my own. And part of it is because you guys are taught English, and people like you are out
That's
there
right.
teaching it all day, every day. And so I just wanted to share that with everybody, kind of how that works. And the other thing I want to point out is I love how you also have multiple streams of income. Like you're not only earning money from your Sphere Rocket client, you also do other things which you've worked out with your client to make sure that it works for you, and you can kind of build your perfect life around that. So number two, I want to learn a little bit more about your family. I always see you post about your kids and your family and your lookalikes. I think it's your daughter that people say looks a
That's
lot
right.
like you. So tell me a little bit about that. Like, how has being a virtual assistant allowed you to kind of spend more time with your family and do things like that?
Yeah, well, actually, it ever since I gave birth to them, it was never in my dictionary to, concentrate, not really concentrate on them more, but it's never
Yeah.
been my habit to actually go on leave because my child needs me. So if I do it the other way around, instead of going on leave, I bring my children to work.
I love
So
it.
that's how it is. And then eventually, they've grown. I have a 26-year-old daughter. I have a 16-year-old son, and they're no longer they no longer need me to guide them probably. So I have my freedom.
Mhm.
And the freedom I'm having right now is allowing me actually to balance everything, work, having fun.
Oh,
And for me, having fun is actually watching Netflix. That's it. That's my fun part, and that's it. That's how I balance my life and my work.
I love that. I love that. So I want to bring up the point, having fun is key, right? And obviously with your job as a VA watching Netflix, you're just like Shireen, our CEO. I can always see Netflix in the side while she's working, enjoying some little TV time. Talk to me a little bit about your client. So I know Brian's an agent with Compass out of Atlanta,
Yes.
one of our best clients ever. He accepted the coaching. He's really interactive, just like you, shares a lot of information with other people across the United States in our private groups. Talk to me a little bit about, like, what are you doing for Brian? Like, I don't need all the details, but like, what are some of the favorite things that you're doing for Brian and his team to give them more time back?
Okay, so just an FYI for everybody, I was I never had that extensive background in VA,
Mhm.
so I took a chance in applying in Sphere Rocket as an executive assistant. All right, and then I was immediately called in for interview, the a day or two after I submitted my resume, and then the same day, they made me wait for a client, and then that client, that awesome client, immediately chose me. So everything was fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when I realized that Brian needed somebody to help him out.
Yep.
And I told him, I was very honest, and I told him I have no background in these, just the
Yeah.
basics. And then he said, that's fine. We're both going to be learning because I also don't know some of them, but I will invest in training for you. So he invested in training, and he made me do a lot of things. He made me study this and that, and but now he was offered a managing broker position in Compass, so he had to stay away from selling.
Yeah.
So now it's Nicholas, his partner, who is actually handling me, but he's still in the background, but it's more of Nicholas. What I do for them actually is I well, for Brian, I greet his clients every day. I greet those who have birthdays,
Yep.
and I watch out for referrals in the Compass website. So if I see a hashtag that's in Georgia,
Mhm.
I message them right away, and they say, "Oh, there's a referral here. You might want to." Get. And Brian said, okay, for every successful referral, you are going to get a bonus.
Yeah, exactly. No, I love that because he gives you incentive to go through and do these things. And kind of back on the previous thing, I love that you said that you had no experience, because what our recruitment team is really good at is our recruitment team can look at a resume and determine whether or not we need experience or not, right? Many times we want experience for certain job roles, and many times your resume is so perfect and your background experience in other industries apply really well to what we're needing. And then, like you said, you went through 1, 2, 3 interviews really, really fast. Like, we didn't let days go by. We wanted to make sure that we didn't lose you. And then I think, like you said, you had a call the next day, and you were one of the fastest people to get through our entire system. So I love that. And now you're working, what I love is you're working for a team. So not only are you working for, Brian, Nicholas, and probably even some of his team members on some of the different projects they do. So I love that, because Brian, when we first met, he was selling real estate and running the team, and then he took the broker manager job, and so the jobs kind of changed. So when that transition changed, did you change like some of your job roles too? Like, were you able to be flexible with some of the new tasks that they were going to have you do?
Well, nothing has changed actually.
Okay.
There's still it's been, I'm turning almost a year, Justin.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I'm turning a year in with Brian and with Sphere Rocket, and nothing has changed. They've made me do tasks like mock demos for transaction coordinators or TCs, and I really enjoyed it. But eventually, I went back to to the task of doing to the task of greeting the clients or his clients happy birthday. And but Nicholas never failed to tell me that we have these and these for you in the future, so we're going to work on it, blah blah blah. And I'm really hopeful, because it's so nice. A year ago, no, not almost a year ago, Brian said we have big plans for you, and he's not actually failing me in that. He's including me in his plan. So it's such a
I
you
love
know
that.
it's so nice. The feeling is really awesome.
I love that. So talk to me about your past experience. Like, have you ever worked in the BPO industry, in a corporate industry? Like, why would somebody, if a VA is listening right now, why would they want to maybe try being a virtual assistant versus going the BPO route? Maybe it's financials, maybe it's time saved from commute. Like, what are some of the benefits that you think that people should know about being a virtual assistant?
Okay. It was in 2002 when I started working for a BPO. That was actually my first and my last. So I worked in the night shift, because I think I heard you asked Dennis about the night shift, right? So I worked in the night shift for 15 years. So from 2002 until 2016 or 17, I was offered, no, 2016 rather, I was offered an early retirement. So I'm really used to dealing with American people. Now, when I was offered that early retirement, it gave me the opportunity to work from home. And working from home is actually the best thing that happened in my life, because I get to stay beside my bed. I have to be very honest. Yeah, seeing my bed is just like seeing heaven. So anyway, um, it's good to be a VA, because you get to have your own freedom.
Yeah.
Okay, freedom of staying at home, freedom of being with your family, freedom of cooking while waiting for tasks, watching Netflix if you're really not doing anything, and you get to have awesome clients. Remember, I told you earlier, Justin, prior to Brian, I had two
Mhm.
clients in 2016, and they were really, I am sorry, I'm not supposed to, say this, but they're not Americans, and they were really very rude.
Mhm.
And it's nothing, they're nothing compared to Brian. Brian is really heaven sent. And, if somebody is applying for a VA position, it's worth taking the risk. Actually,
Yeah.
it's really worth taking the risk.
I love that. I love that. So, what are some of your goals for your future? Whether it's financial, whether it's something you want to do in the future, like as a VA, you have a lot of flexibility and opportunity to keep raising your income and keep making more. So, like, what is some of your dreams and aspirations that you want to achieve?
Actually, I've always wanted to have my very own uh tiny restaurant, because I love to cook. I actually love to cook, and it's not going to be the restaurant that you see in malls or something, but it's just a small one in our village. And if it's not going to push through, then a small grocery store. That's the thing that I want to do now. And um probably sell online.
I love that.
Yeah, selling stuff online. My son is into bikes,
Okay.
so he loves to to buy stuff from online shops. So why not have our own online shop for bikes,
Yeah,
right?
I love that. And I love that you bring that up, because what we find is virtual assistants for us are many times entrepreneurial. You guys don't want the 8 to 5 job where you just sit all day. Like, you guys are always looking for ways to make money, build a better future for your kids and family. And I love that mentality, because many real estate agents are the exact same way. So I absolutely love
Exactly.
that.
But
Well,
Justin, it's not really normal. It's not normal for in the Philippines, rather, for someone to have two jobs. It's
yeah.
not. We're usually stick to one. It's just that I'm working at home. I have nothing else to do. I work for Brian from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m., or the other way around for him, right? And then after that, what do I do? Nothing. I'm just going to play on my phone. So why not open some teaching slots
Yeah.
and do some training? So that's it. That's the reason why Brian understands, because I
Yeah.
don't want to bore myself. So that's what I'm doing.
Well, I love that you say that, because one of the things that people don't realize here in the United States is we're spoiled. We don't have a lot of traffic like you guys do. And so,
Yeah.
like, when you think about it, for you, a lot of people, and my team's the same way, when they worked in the BPO industry, they would have to drive an hour and a half to 2 hours to work.
Exactly.
Then you would work a full 8 to 10 hour shift, and then you would drive another 2 hours back, and it could be either worse or better depending on the time of day. And now you're 14, 16 hours in a day, and now it's time to go to sleep again. And so, being a VA, even if you had those 4 extra hours of driving back and you were to spend 2 teaching, you're making more money, and you're not having to travel. You're not having to spend gas money, or take the transportation. And I
Exactly.
think, especially now with all the health crisis in the world, you get to stay in your safe home environment, right? And
Exactly.
limit how many people you're having to come in contact with.
Uh-huh. It's something that I'm really, really very thankful for, because prior to the VA job, I was, like what I said, I was 15 years in the call center, or the BPO. The traffic was bad, the traveling time was bad, and I get to spend a lot on food.
Yeah.
So it's the exact opposite here, working from home, and I get to as soon as I'm done with my job, both with teaching and training and Brian, all I do is turn off my computer, jump on my bed, and play on my phone. That's it.
I love it. I love it. Well, Anna, as always, I appreciate you. And one thing I want to say before we go off, guys, is Anna is one of the most giving virtual assistants on our back end system. So if you guys don't know what we do, we have private chat rooms with the hundreds and hundreds of VAs. We have private Facebook groups. So not only are you guys getting to see that with Sphere Rocket, when we give you a virtual assistant, we're not just giving you a virtual assistant. We're giving you the support, the systems, and the training. And then we also, as an added bonus, have awesome people like Anna in the back end really being a motherly figure to these new VAs or even VAs. I mean, I've seen you coaching VAs that have been VAs 10 years on certain things that you just specialize in more than them. So I really appreciate you doing that. And then like I was telling Dennis, I appreciate you coming on here to inspire more real estate agents to take the jump to get a VA, which in return means more people in your country can have an awesome job.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
awesome. Absolutely, Anna. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your soon-to-be Saturday. And as always, tell your family I say hi and with much love. I appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah. Have a good day and more power to Sphere Rocket.
Thanks,
All
Anna.
right. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye. Howdy, good morning. How are you, my man?
Hi there, Justin.
Good morning. Or I say good morning, good evening to you, should I say. So I love it. I love it, man. Well, I know, just like the rest of the interviews, I know quite a bit about you. Our audience may not. So I just want to hear, man, like, what are you up to these days, and how did you become a virtual assistant? And tell me a little bit more about your family, man. What do you have going on in the Philippines? And yeah, let's start by just sharing away.
Okay, my name is Marian. I've been in the virtual assistant industry for about, I think, 4 to 5 years now. So my first client with Spear
Yep.
Rocket is Joey
Yep.
with Envision Home Group
Yep.
and the team. Actually, I started with them just working with Joey and Jordan,
Yep.
and then other associates came
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
and became part of the team. So before I ventured the virtual assistant industry, I've been working um, with a BPO. Actually, that's my first job after college. Um, it's not the usual BPO setup because
Okay.
I'm catering or we are supporting musicians. So that's, if I can say, the company name, it's with Avid Technology, the software creator of those Pro Tools, Media Composer, those stuff for media. So I've been with them for I think for a good 2 years,
Okay.
but I had to leave. Actually, I had to leave. I had to make a decision to transition here in our digital world, because number one is yeah, I heard earlier that you mentioned about traffic and stuff. Yeah, traffic is horrible here in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
So I live here in the south of Metro,
Yep.
so I have to drive for I think 1.5 hour every day
Wow.
back and forth. So plus the gas money.
Yep.
Yes, it hurts.
It does. It does.
It does.
Yeah, you don't realize how much gas money you spend or all these different car maintenance things until you start to drive that much. So
Yes.
I
So
love that.
yeah, I had to make a decision for myself because yeah, it's not just that the expenses, it's the working time because it's hindering with my music career.
Hmm.
So yeah, I jumped into to being with a virtual assistant, and then yeah, luckily, yeah, here I am.
I love it. I love it. What I love about your story is when you first jumped on with Joey and Jordan, like it was just them two. Like it was
Yes.
they really had no one else on their team, and then they continued to grow by adding Agent 1, Agent 2, Agent 3. They might even be a 4 now. Maybe you know better than I do. I know they have quite a few agents on their team out of the Phoenix, Arizona market. So talk to me a little bit about like what did you when you first joined their team? What did they start off by doing? Like having you do, because I know for like Joey and Jordan, like you were their first really ever assistant. I mean,
Yes.
even in person, like you were their first actual hire
Mm.
ever. So talk to me a little bit about like what are they having you do, and like what are some of your favorite things to do to take time off their plate?
Okay, so for that, since I'm their first
Mhm.
ever assistant, plus it's a virtual
Yep.
assistant.
Yep.
So number one is uh, to set up the system. Basically, if we're dealing with clients, we have to set up CRMs. If we're dealing with ads, we have to set up those Facebook pixels and stuff. All those is the priority if you're going to be working with um, for a first time
Yeah.
client. So after that is again system of if the client needs a funnel, like if let's say an audience visit the website,
Yep.
will he go through a campaign, all those stuff, and follow-ups, of course, through CRMs,
Mhm.
depending on the client, if whatever tool, for example, for Keller Williams, they have this what to call this command or
Yep.
connect, and for others, let's say for EXP, because I had a client
Mhm.
before with EXP, they have this KV Core.
Yep.
So yeah, those systems should be the priority, and then yeah, after those, it will actually run
Mhm.
by itself. All you have to do is to maintain, harvest leads from sheets,
Yep.
and then what I also like to do with them is, since I am a graduate of multimedia arts,
Mhm.
I do the marketing collaterals for them
Yeah.
for social media posting. Let's say for a listing, when a property goes or listed, or new property is listed, or it is under contract, or whatever the status is. Um, yeah, I'll just create something. May it be a still image or a video, so for them to post online. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. So you're able to take your past experience in what you graduated college
Mhm.
from and apply that to being a virtual assistant. I think a lot of times, and I love that you bring this up, people don't think that virtual assistants have gone to college, and not all have, but a lot of you guys have bachelor's degrees in
Yeah.
these different areas, because a lot of times assistants in the United States, a lot of times when we get an assistant, they didn't go to college. And so I love that you're able to apply what you went to school for and put that into this industry. So talk to me a little bit more about well, before I go on there, I also want to touch on, you said system setup, right? I think a lot of people think that they have to have everything put together. When you
Mhm.
find the right virtual assistant like you can help them set up those
Mhm.
systems, right?
Yep. Yes.
and it really saves everybody a lot of time. So talk to me a little bit about, like, for you, you transitioned from the BPO industry. You talked about some time savings. Like, I want to ask you a question I haven't asked anybody today yet. Why do you think is the number one reason why someone in the Philippines may not be a virtual assistant? Like, what is preventing them from becoming a virtual assistant? Is it a lack of knowledge of just not knowing about being a VA? Is it the job opportunities are shrinking? Like, talk to me a little bit about why you don't think more of your friends, family, and local members are VAs.
Maybe maybe the primary reason is they are afraid
Mm.
to take the leap, because when the time that the virtual assistant industry boomed here, we are not actually what, how can I say this properly? We are not actually tagged as employees.
Mm-hmm.
We are freelancers.
You're
So
contractor.
if you're a freelancer, in that's what your title is, stability is a question.
Mm-hmm.
So here in the Philippines, living in a third world, job stability is number one.
Mm-hmm.
You have to put food on the plate.
Of course.
So maybe that's the reason why they're not taking the risk, if I may say,
Yeah.
of transitioning or even trying to jump on a virtual assistant. But most of my friend that I invited
Mm-hmm.
to to try
Yeah.
the virtual assistant world enjoyed and actually thanked me a lot that I introduced them to this job, because not only I gave them a job, but they can actually enjoy the comfortability of your home, plus the topic earlier was time freedom.
Yep.
So yeah, and of course we don't have to say more on the high paying
Yeah.
uh, job that we have. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. So, random question. I see you
Mhm.
have a controller back there behind you.
Yeah.
What is one of your favorite games to play? You're just a lot of, like my team members. They're always playing games, and I'll sometimes even jump on and play with them. So, what is your go-to game?
Um, I actually get back on gaming because I was streaming actually before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I really do enjoy now PUBG.
Hmm.
Um, I tried Apex, Valorant,
Okay.
all those. Of course, the classic Diablo.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for the fourth chapter. So yeah. After my shift, grab the controller and play.
I love that. I love that. So tell me a little bit about, like, what are some of your future goals and different things. You're obviously on a very high growth team, a team that didn't have an assistant, brought you on. Now they might, I think they even have an in-person assistant now too, and
Mhm.
other team members. Like, so, like, what are your, like, your income is only going to keep going up with a growing team over time. Like, what is your goals for you, your family, and just some of your personal goals, even outside of just
Mhm.
business and being a virtual assistant?
Since we're not getting any younger,
Mm-hmm.
um, we have to make sure that we use our money right. So, um, building a business is one. Uh, I also love to cook. So, an open kitchen restaurant is one of my ideas. Um, Another is to build a music studio
Okay.
for aspiring musicians here in our area. Um, yeah, since I already actually, if I may share, since I
Yeah.
already started to invest in my own property, um,
Love that.
I think I'll be moving in late this year. So I
So, so,
think,
so, so me a little bit about that. How does that work in the Philippines? I know a lot of people, VAs have goals to buy property, invest in property. Talk to me a little bit about like what does that look like? How do people go about doing that in the Philippines? Because I think a lot of us as employers, we want our virtual assistants to be able to do what you're doing, invest in the future, build a savings account, own your own stuff. So like, talk to me a little bit about like, how did you get into that? How did you learn the best practices to start saving for a property?
Number one is you have to have a plan for yourself. Of course, that's the goal. You have to know where from point A where you're going, point B or point C. Also, for our VAs or future VAs, don't be afraid if a client cancel. That's the reason why Sphere Rocket is here. They insure their employee or their VAs to have a client, because it's not that that a client cancel because you're not that good or what. Sometimes there are clients that prefer in-house or in-person client assistance. So don't be afraid to lose a client. Just gather yourself, jump back in, and do the things that you do with your previous clients or better. To have a property, you have to have a plan. Also, there are a lot of assistance like home what you call this, loans here in the Philippines. So that's one. So what else? If you land on a job that is a good paying, like here on Sphere, you can actually be easily approved for a loan here in the Philippines. So if you're ranging about 60 to 100, so that's actually approvable.
I love that
for a home loan. So
I love that. I love that, because a lot of people don't think that you can do that with a job like this, or they hear myths about how it's not possible. So I absolutely love that you're able to take a like a contractor type job, right? Where you are a freelancer and still turn it into getting loans. And if I remember right too, I think you might have been getting a car at some time, as well.
Yeah, I had. I actually, it's a 2-month already.
Nice.
Car.
Nice. That's awesome. So just to be able to see you grow and see those financials, and your financials get better is just absolutely awesome. And during the pandemic, right? Like during a time where a lot of people were declining because of the economy, you were able to take advantage of America's economy and, bring that into your country. And, when you take money from us, you're not only taking it from us, you're putting it back into your your country, right? You're helping feed other people that built the car, that are selling the home. So I love how you can infuse that money back into your own culture. So, well, I just want to say, first off, I appreciate you jumping on with us. I'm super excited to see where you go and all the growth that you're going to continue to have. And yeah, man, I appreciate, just like I told Dennis and I told Anna, I appreciate you jumping on, because you're going to inspire not only more people to become virtual assistants, you're going to inspire a lot of people as well to want virtual assistants, which in turn gets more of your friends, family, and fellow countrymen and women the opportunity at jobs. So I appreciate you taking some time out of your, I know it's early for you, because I know it's only like 7 o'clock in the Arizona time zone. So I will let you go back to work, my man, and I appreciate it. And we'll have to have you on to play us some music sometime.
Joe, sure.
I love it. Well, I really appreciate it, man. I hope you have a great rest of your Friday night, Saturday, and we will talk soon.
All right. Thanks, Justin.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye. What is up, man? What are you up to?
Not much, man. Just jumping on, chatting with you.
I love it. I love it. Well, for you guys that are tuning in here, this is an all-day thing. We are going 8 hours long on these interviews with VAs. So with that being said, I do have to stay committed to my goals. I have to work out every day. So I am going to be turning over the interviews to Matt. So I don't think we have a few breaks in here. So feel free to tune in and out today, guys. Feel free to watch the recordings once we get them done later. But in the meantime, Matt and I are both going to jump off the screen. He's going to take over the controls, take over the interviews, and boom. We are just going to go at it today. So, Matt, man, I'm excited because you know a lot of these VAs. A lot of these VAs you don't know. So you'll be, we used to know all the VAs, and then we started to get to like 300, 400, 500, and we started to lose track of them all. So I'm excited for that. And a lot of these VAs you're going to be interviewing today, you've never met before. So you're really going to get to dig deep. And Matt's just basically going to ask them questions like he doesn't know who they are, just so that way they can open up a little bit more about not only how they became a VA, what they're doing for their current client, and then ultimately just some of the benefits that they use as a virtual assistant. One of the main reasons why we wanted to do this today is because there are so many myths around virtual assistants. You have these big VA companies that put massive upcharges on the VA services. And so when they hear about how we're structured and get rid of that massive upcharge, they think that we're not paying the VAs well. They think that the VAs aren't skilled and talented, and all we're doing is just removing that upcharge and leaving you with an at-cost VA. And so I think we've already heard this morning, I've heard it on almost every stream, the income, Dennis said the income bracket would be higher than any real estate job he could get, right? Anna said, hey, I'm working 2 jobs now because I have all my time back. Like, she makes more money from just being able to be at home. And then in our last interview, he just talked about buying a car, getting his own home. And when you hear of the ability for our VAs to grow financially, we have to get rid of that myth in our mind that we just have to understand the economy is different. I call it the economy loophole. It's just the scale of economy of why we're able to take great advantage of the economy and be able to provide a win-win situation where we have reduced cost here and they're able to grow financially and have a really, really good income. So Matt, man, I got to run here or else I'm going to be late, but I'll be back around 10:30 or so. So he's going to hold it down probably for the next 4 to 6 interviews, and then I'll be back for the rest of the afternoon. So all yours, man.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Love it.
Hey, how are you?
All good. How are
Good.
you?
I'm
Hi,
doing
Matt.
good. Doing good. It's good to see you. Hey, well, thanks for jumping on. For everybody that's tuned in, we're gonna hear from you. Just kind of some background on who you are, how you got started with Sphere Rocket, some of the the things that you like to do for the company. So if you could just kind of start with who you are, what you do, and how you got started.
Yeah, so my name is Janar Pimentel, and I started with Spear Rocket for my client Cody Touche of Caliber Home Loans back in April last year. And what I do is I was in charge calling their leads, buyer leads, for possible leads that are looking to buy any properties, and then I use a specific script to jump into who are looking to get a mortgage, because that's basically the target of the lead, and whoever wants to apply for a mortgage get a pre-approval, and that's the time that I forward it to my client Cody.
Oh, cool, man. So
Yeah,
you said you started in April of last year, so you've almost been on a full year with him.
yeah, almost.
Awesome. Cool. Well, if you could kind of dive into a little bit more about, what does your day-to-day look like? What are the main things that you're doing, and kind of what are your favorite things to be doing for Cody?
Yeah, for Cody, I was only doing calls mainly. There's no administrative tasks, just focusing on calls. So what I do as soon as I log in is to check on the new leads. So I will go ahead and check, try to categorize them who are really looking into selling, because we're getting a lot of leads, new leads coming in every day, a different type of leads. So I have to kind of check which is urgent that I have to contact that might be really looking. And then after like maybe 30 minutes of looking into the leads in Boomtown, because that's the tool that I use to get the leads. And then I use another system to call them directly. It's a manual call. And then after calling them, I just go ahead and set up the appointment, contact Kim, the assistant for Cody, and then Kim will be the one to contact that lead again and guide them through the loan process. And Kim will respond to me maybe in a day or two of what happened to that lead if I need to follow up again.
Awesome. And so what got you started with Cody? What kind of brought you to Sphere Rocket? How did you come across us, and what made you to decide to go the route of the Sphere Rocket virtual assistant route?
Yeah, I was basically a virtual assistant for quite a while now. I think running 7 years or 8 years almost. I started working as a real estate transaction coordinator for around 4 years, and then jump into a real estate investor client, then to a mortgage type of client. It's basically it's my first time to work with like a mortgage broker, really calling buyer leads or prospects, because when I was working with a mortgage broker, it was more of an admin task and calling realtors to connect with us and possible partnership like referral type of thing, business to business relationship. So it was kind of hard the first time to kind of adapt to the script, and then we went over and improved the script on how to talk to those clients, because the leads that are coming into the system that Code is using was leads for the real estate broker that he's associated with. We're just kind of borrowing those lead and calling them directly, because it's the same process. If we get to talk to a lead that are looking to get a buyer um, or represented by a realtor on the buyer side, we also connect that to the broker within that team. And same thing with them, if a realtor gets to talk to a lead and then looking to get a mortgage financing, then they will refer it to Cody. So
Awesome.
kind of working on the same way.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've been doing like, the real estate virtual assistant thing for a while. You got quite a bit of experience. You're very well versed in it. So what would you say has been different with Sphere Rocket as opposed to other times that you've been virtual assistants? As far as maybe even like the training, the community, can you speak on some of those things?
Yeah, I think with Spear Rocket as a community, it's like interactive type of community. You can the staff are easy to approach. They're all there every time you ask them a question. Especially when I was just um, interviewed when I was just starting with Spear Rocket. The Miss Shireen, Alan was very approachable on the process. The process has been smooth in providing me a client. I only had one interview, I think, with him, and that was Cody, and I was hired right away. But the process was very smooth. They're very interactive. When I was starting with regards to everything, the process, the pay, it was like everything was taken care of, that you don't have to worry about anything. So that's a good thing about Spear Rocket. I never had to go with the training, but I attended, I think, I'm not sure if like 2 hours, like on to know how the process works with Spear Rocket, and then just a few training when I was just starting with Cody, but everything else has been good and smooth.
Awesome. Yeah. So it sounds like the transition to work with Cody was pretty smooth since you already had some background in the real estate stuff. Were there any kind of hurdles that you had to jump through? Was there any kind of learning curve that you had to deal with transitioning to Cody?
Just basically the script, because I'm not used to the script and the process, because I was kind of confused if I'm calling for a realtor or I'm calling for a lender. So that was the first thing that I had some issues with. But Kim, the assistant, was able to explain to me in a way that I can understand.
Okay. That's awesome. Yeah. And so what do you like to do when you're not working? What are some of your hobbies?
Well, just spending time with the family. With the COVID thing happening, well, we're stuck at home. I got a newborn. When I started with Spear Rocket, my wife was like pregnant, so it was kind of hard transition in a personal aspect. But I made sure that the work is not being affected with that, because it's my second child, so it wasn't more of like adjusting, but more of already what to expect.
Right. And actually, that's interesting you bring that up with the COVID. I know everywhere is different. So could you kind of go into like, what is it like since COVID has kind of hit? Are there a lot of restrictions? Is there like a curfew that's in place? Like how has that kind of changed things where you're living?
Yeah, it's like when during the first quarter, I think, when COVID strike, it's really hard because there's like a restriction all over. There's like a schedule for everything. When you go to the market, there's like a schedule. You cannot go out on a specific day. You're only scheduled for once a week to go out and buy the stuff that you need. So it's kind of hard. And my wife being pregnant, and of course, financially, we were really affected because I was like in a business. I stopped working as a virtual assistant for like a year and did some business, and that really hurt me personally, financially. And Spear Rocket was there to like kind of pick me up, where give me some hope that I can still work until.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate you jumping on. This has been great. I've learned a lot about you, and I'm sure the people watching have as well. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and welcome our next guest. So again, thank you for being on.
Thank you too, Matt. Have a nice day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Matt?
I'm doing good, doing good. Just another great Friday here. Is it Saturday there for you yet?
Not yet.
Not
Maybe.
yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, Mike, I just want to thank you for jumping on and doing this interview with us. It's really cool that we can have some of our top VAs do these interviews and kind of share, about the industry and about themselves. So with that being said, if you could kind of give us a rundown on who you are and how you got started with Sphere Rocket.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My name is Mike Aguirre. I've been in Spear Rocket almost it's a year now. I actually spent my anniversary last February with Zach, my client in Spear Rocket. So I started as a virtual assistant, helping him and his team, generating leads and also qualifying leads and eventually closing out deals with them. So basically, that's prior joining Speed Rocket. I've been a virtual assistant for different investors, real estate companies, but it won't last that long because most of the time they're closing out their business, things like that. And luckily, I was able to bump into a Speed Rocket, and then it's it's roughly more than a year now. So staying with my clients, so I'm very thankful for that.
Man, that's awesome. And is that Zach Sullivan that you're working for?
Yes, exactly.
Awesome. Yeah, and I can speak for Zach when I say that you jumping on his team has been a huge help for him, honestly, a godsend for him. And, I'm sure, like you said, kind of jumping from job to job is not fun at all. So having that stability of over a year with Zach, that's incredible, man. I'm very happy for you and happy for Zach as well that he was able to get such a great VA. So
yeah.
Awesome. And so what kind of got you started with Sphere Rocket? How did you come across us, and then what made you decide to go the route of Sphere Rocket as opposed to finding another job or even being a virtual assistant through a different company or something like that?
It's just happened that my client back then was hold off because of a certain financial issue, financial challenges, and then I was able to run through a Facebook post that they're looking for a virtual assistant, and then from then I submitted my resume, and then everything is just as history. So I was able to hired from the first interview, and that's it. So it's a good company. So I know that from back then it's just like starting, I guess. So we're just few there. So it's kind of overwhelming to be a part of the pioneer, I guess, pioneer virtual assistants working with Sphere Rocket.
Awesome, man. Yeah, if you were over a year ago, I mean, you're one of our very first hires, it sounds like. So that's awesome, man. And it sounds like the journey's been great for you as far as obviously with the stability even during COVID, and COVID's obviously been crazy for everyone, especially here stateside. Which on it guys, it kind of seems like a lot of people started looking even the virtual assistant route while COVID hit because they could see, well, everybody's working virtually. This is potentially a route that we can go, especially stateside when you see like the talent like Mike that you can have on your team. And honestly, just full transparency, for such a less cost than somebody stateside, it's obviously very attractive. So, Mike, have there been any challenges working virtually? All these years. So, what's it been like being a real estate specific virtual assistant?
Challenges, not really kind of point out something about challenge there, but mostly it's more on learning experience, because jumping in from one client to another is somehow I'm getting more experience from one to another. And right now it's kind of, I have to say that it's very good to be in a stable company, in a stable client. So it's like I'm very lucky enough to to find a virtual assistant job in this kind of time, like having this COVID. So you need not to go outside to go to work. You just need to have to jump into your computer and then start doing your job. So it's very I'm very blessed enough to find a job, to work with a very good client,
Right.
and also to help the team out there.
For sure. And I mean, it sounds like you've been a virtual assistant for a while. So have you been on that schedule where you're kind of working at night and sleeping during the days for a while now?
Oh, well, basically, it's not really, there's no such changes because prior working as a virtual assistant, I've been at a BPO company or a call center company for more than 11 years.
Oh,
So
wow.
working graveyard is really not an adjustment for me then. So
Oh, cool. Awesome. And so how has it been different being like a virtual assistant? Have you noticed that maybe you have a little bit more freedom to do your own thing as opposed to working BPO like call industry?
yes, basically yes. Having your own time, having your own, you're managing your own stuff. It's very different from working in a corporate industry. So that's something that I love working as a virtual assistant, working from home. So
Cool.
as compared to working in a BPO or in a corporate industry, in that case, you're taking away the challenges of working, going through traffic, it's somehow getting away the time that you can spend more with your family if you're working in a corporate or outside your home.
For sure, for sure. And do you have a family and everything?
Yes, actually, my wife is also a virtual assistant. She's the one who introduced me in a virtual assistant industry. So because 2 or 3 years back then, I'm still working in a corporate world, and she's already working in a virtual as a virtual assistant. Then she told me that, hey, there's a career here, so you can quit the corporate industry and then go with me. Something
Right.
like that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And so, what do you like to do in your free time? What are some of your hobbies that you like to do or that you enjoy outside of work?
Watching TV, watching movies, and before if there's no pandemic yet, I play basketball, and
Oh, wow.
spending time with my family. Those are the things.
Cool, man. What are some of your favorite TV shows? Some of your favorite movies? I'm actually I feel like I've watched everything that there is to watch. I need new stuff to watch. So
Basically, I cannot pinpoint anymore because there's a lot of there in Netflix from time to time. Yeah, so I can no longer point out what's the best and what's my favorite. Then whatever comes up in my mind, whatever things that I know, yeah, I want to watch this one. So that's it.
for sure, for sure. Awesome. Well, Mike, I appreciate you jumping on and doing this interview. Like I said, obviously, knowing Zach, I can speak for him and saying that you've been a huge blessing to his team, and you're really killing it, man. So, with that being said, I appreciate you jumping on. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Awesome, guys. Well, while we're waiting on our next interview, we're going to have a brief intermission. If you guys have any questions for me or for Justin, obviously Justin, he's the CEO of the company. He's out getting swole right now, getting a workout in. Priorities, right? So if you guys have any questions for us, feel free to drop those in the comments in Facebook. You can also add us as friends on Facebook if you're not already friends with us. Matt Golb is my name, as you can see right here on the screen, and then Justin Nelson if you're not friends with him. We'll make sure to accept those friend requests and make sure we get those questions answered for you. So like I said, we're going to have a brief intermission here, and we'll see you guys on our next interview. All right, guys, we are back with Jackie. Jackie, how's it going?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for jumping on. We're happy to have you. For everybody that might just be tuning in, or for people that have been watching and just need a refresher, this is we are interviewing our top 30 VAs throughout the day. So we got an 8-hour long, having 30 different VAs come on and kind of share their experience, what it's been like working with Sphere Rocket, and kind of how they've transformed the businesses of the clients who have employed them. So, Jackie, if you could kind of give us a little background on who you are and how you got started with Sphere Rocket.
Hi, my name is Jackie Caballero. So I started with Sphere Rocket because when COVID happened, I was actually a VA directly to the clients. So I don't have a support system. I don't have a community to go to. So when I got laid off because of the COVID, I went unemployed for around 3 months, and then I met Sphere Rocket through Facebook, and I met Sharon, who is very supportive, and I landed with my first real estate virtual assistant job here in Sphere Rocket. And
Cool.
yes, the support system is really great, and the recruitment didn't stop until I landed on my first client.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. So you have some virtual assistant experience in the past, but it's not real estate specific virtual experience, right? Okay.
General.
So what were you doing as a virtual assistant before you joined Sphere Rocket?
Before I was doing general virtual assistant, so I run errands for my client,
Mhm.
and I also handle customer service through phone, email, and chat. So I literally do everything to help the company grow.
Cool.
So when I landed my first real estate job, it's really new to me, and I'm really thankful that Andrew, my client, and Carrie is really supportive on letting me know what the process will be, the platforms that we'll be using, and how to handle it. That's really a great thing for me because it made my task lighter and easy to be done with.
For sure, that's awesome. And so, Andrew Franklin is who your client is, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so that's awesome. What does kind of your day to day look like? What are the main things that Andrew has you doing, and what are some of your favorite things to do as a real estate virtual assistant?
Actually, I was the first virtual assistant for the Franklin team, so we both adjusted to this new virtual thing. So at first, we were figuring out what are the tasks that they're going to give me, and then eventually, I handled checking the closing dates on every transactions that we have, making sure that our database, our CRM is updated because we're using KV Core, and make sure that I contact salespeople and engaging with them so that the connection will not end. So
Yeah.
there.
For sure, that's awesome. And so, obviously, there was probably a bit of a learning curve to the kind of real estate realm. How long did it kind of take until you would say you were pretty comfortable with everything to do with real estate and transitioning over for the Franklin team?
I will say that the transition was quick because I was able to be provided with the tools that I need. This is the job that wherein I read the contract from first page to the end page. So that's pretty new to me because I don't deal with contracts before.
Right.
So I take the important details from the contract. So everything is new to me, but everything was awesome. It's an awesome experience.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great, and we love Andrew. He's a part of EXP, which is the organization that Justin obviously works with. So, we've only heard great things about you and how you've been able to jump into their organization, and definitely a huge game changer in that regard. So, what do you like to do outside of work? What do you like to do whenever you're not working as a real estate virtual assistant?
Before COVID, we love to travel. My husband and I love to travel. But when COVID happens, I basically just watch Netflix, do online shopping because I really limit myself on going out. So even our groceries are being delivered. So I do everything online.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. So, what was your favorite travel destination that you've been to?
I would love to go to the beach. So the nearest beach here in our area is Quezon Province in Batangas. So when my husband and I are free, we go there for a long drive.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's great. I love that. So let's see. What other questions do I got here? What are some goals that you kind of have, maybe within the Franklin team, and then outside of even work? What are some goals that you've set for yourself? Where do you kind of see yourself in the next few years?
For the Franklin team, my goal is to make sure that I meet their needs. So in every platform that we use, I train myself on how to do things and how to navigate it. My personal goal is actually we just bought a new house.
Oh,
So my
congratulations.
goal is to fill the house with new furnitures and the interior and all that. So that's my goal for the next 5 to 10 years.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's great. I love that. I actually just bought a house as well. And I can speak on to, just trying to get the house filled out and, doing that whole process. So, well, cool. What were some of the other virtual assistant things that you were doing before real estate? And do you like the real estate route more? Do you find it more challenging? Can you kind of speak on that a little bit?
Basically, what I did for as a virtual assistant before was what I've been doing when I was in a BPO setting. So contacting customers, making sure that their post-purchase experience is good, and then on verging to the new real estate world. Everything is new, so I like this better, especially with Sphere Rocket, because the support system is really great, and they are offering trainings to upskill the VAs so that the learning curve will not stop.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's awesome. So, do you take advantage of some of the weekly trainings that we do and things like that?
Yes, I am planning to.
For sure, that's awesome. Yeah, and that's kind of why we have them in place. And for those of you guys who may not currently be clients or may not know, we provide weekly training for all of our virtual assistants and then for all of our clients as well. My specialty is actually like marketing, like Facebook advertising and things like that. So any client that wants their virtual assistant to kind of take their shot at running some ads or doing some sort of marketing campaign, a social media overhaul, things like that. Typically, they'll come to me, and we provide master classes. We have weekly Q&As in which the virtual assistants can jump on, ask any questions, and then the clients can jump on and ask any questions as well. We want to make sure that, and we provide courses on the front end for this as well, just because we want to make sure that all of the virtual assistants are well versed in real estate before they make the transition, because it can be a little bit daunting at the beginning. And there's also a lot that we want all the clients to learn as well, as far as working with a virtual assistant, what it's like, certain things as far as, because most people may not have had a virtual assistant in the past, they may not know how it works. So we like to set both the client and the virtual assistant up for success in that regard. So, Jackie, let's see. I'm curious. You kind of said that you like to travel whenever you're not working. Do you have any like other favorite hobbies, like any TV shows that you like or anything like that?
Not really favorite. Whenever there is new release, like Prison Break, when it's in the heat, I binge watch it from season 1 to season 11.
Okay.
Then
Well,
right now I'm not watching any series.
no series. Oh man, I'm trying to find a new series to watch, and so I'm
Yeah,
asking all of
me
our
too.
virtual assistants, like, hey, what's something that I can start watching? Because I need new shows. I feel like I've watched everything there is to watch on Netflix. But with that being said, Jack,
Bridgerton is a nice series to watch.
what was that?
Bridgerton, have you watched that?
Bridgerton. Oh, is that like the? It's like a what do you say? I know what you're talking about. I think is it kind of new and it's like the 1700s or whatever,
Yeah,
England.
classic setting.
Yeah. There you go.
Looking
Cool.
forward to watch that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I might need to check that one out. So awesome. Well, Jackie, I appreciate you jumping on. Thank you so much. I know I speak for Andrew when I say this that you've been a huge blessing to him. And then, like I said, you're obviously on this interview, which means you're one of our top virtual assistants. So we thank you for representing Sphere Rocket in a great way. So again, thanks for being on, and it was good talking to you.
Nice meeting you too, Matt. Have a
Thank
great day.
Yep, you too. Hey Sam, how are you?
It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for jumping on. We appreciate honestly everything that you've done already for your client. That's kind of why you're on this interview. We just want to chat with you, kind of get a little bit better understanding of who you are, kind of share with everyone watching kind of what you do as a virtual assistant. So without further ado, if you could kind of jump in, kind of just share who you are and how you got started with Sphere Rocket.
Okay, actually, I started from my dad is also a virtual assistant. He
Okay.
also works now for Spear Rocket.
Awesome.
And when I was in college, I would see him like, I think it's cool, like working from home and staying with us as a family and spends more time with us. So I thought I wanted that kind of job, you know?
Right.
So I had no other choice, but my first option was to be a virtual assistant. And then I saw a post from Spear Rocket, and that's how I landed my first job. I took training from my dad, and actually my aunt were also a VA. So I started learning from there before going into the actual VA world
Oh, cool.
for real estate. So this is actually my first job. I got hired last year, like February, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Awesome. Yeah.
that's my first job.
So wow, you've been on for a full year, and have you been with the same client the full year?
Right now, no, I'm not with them anymore, but we're still friends. We still catch up from time to time.
Oh, cool.
But yeah,
That's awesome. So what were kind of the main things that you were doing as a virtual assistant?
I was their transaction coordinator and their social media manager, but I don't really know how to do it like back then. So like I really had to learn from videos on YouTube and like because they were like starting their business. So we're still like learning together
Right.
kind of
Cool.
thing.
Yeah. So what were you doing as far as social media? Just kind of like doing daily postings,
Yeah.
things like that. Were you doing any sort of like advertising?
Um yes, I also do like their posters and like um on Keller Williams. I do their like flyers and stuff.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. And so you said that you went to college and this was your first job out of college. So where did you go to college and what did you study?
When I was in college, I took advertising.
Oh, cool.
hmm
That's awesome. So and
So
what
I really
university
like.
was that at?
It really helped me a lot with my job. Like I thought I wasn't going to use it because it was in like in real estate.
Uh,
So I thought, how can I make this work? So I told my client, hey, maybe I can handle your social media and do posters for you or like flyers, and then they gave me like other stuff to work on.
right. Awesome. And you said that your dad was also a part of Sphere Rocket. Would you say
Yeah.
that is it kind of like a thing in which do you know a lot of people that are virtual assistants? Is it a pretty popular job amongst people that you know?
Yeah. My I have like my uncle, my aunt were VAs. My dad is a VA, but like here in the Philippines, I don't think like it's like really a it's hard to get a job like VA. So I'm like we're like very lucky
Mm-hmm.
to be in like in this environment because like I have good mentors around me. So
Right.
that's like really helpful.
Yeah, that's really
I'm really
cool.
grateful for that.
So are you kind of used to the schedule already, like in which you're having to stay up, like work the graveyard shift? Was that kind of hard adjusting to, or are you kind of used to it by now?
Yeah, I'm really used to it. I eat lunch at night with my dad because he's a VA. So
Right.
really, yeah.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, what do you like to do outside of work? What are kind of some of your hobbies?
I, um, I like I like games. Do you
Games?
play games?
Yeah, I
You're
do.
a gamer?
I do. Yeah,
Okay,
what
what
games
games do
do
you
you
play?
play? Oh,
Oh, okay. Okay. I like Valorant
okay.
and CS:GO, mostly FPS games when I don't have work. That's all I do, honestly.
Yeah,
And stream.
I got a lot of friends that play Valorant. I just play like Warzone.
Oh,
I hadn't played Red Dead Redemption until recently. I just started playing that. Um,
okay, Matt. We can play sometimes and carry me when outside when you're done with your work.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. Yeah, well, and that's that's one thing that we love about the virtual assistant culture. We love that you guys you're dedicating time to work, but you've also got you got lives outside of that. You guys are doing things just like we do here in the States. You got hobbies like playing video games, like it's pretty much all the same things that we like. Very similar cultures. So let's see. So what kind of, you said that your dad was a virtual assistant, and you kind of had seen like what he was doing. So what is he also doing the real estate virtual assistant realm, and is that something that he enjoys doing?
Yes. He's like mostly he's really good at his job. Like he would really like plan things for his client. But like when I do my work, it's like I'd like learning it along the way.
Right, for sure.
But
Now,
I really learned a lot from him too.
oh, was he actually on one of the interviews earlier with
Yeah.
Justin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
okay,
think he's
cool,
the
cool.
first interview. I think.
Yeah, what's his name again? Ronnie?
Dennis.
Dennis, sorry. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Obviously you guys are, two of our favorites. We love having you on and kind of getting to hear about, what you guys are up to and kind of, what it's like being a real estate virtual assistant. What would you say was maybe one of the hardest things to do, transitioning from college to the real estate virtual assistant? What were some of the areas that maybe you struggled in, but also some areas that you really enjoyed and that you thought that you did really well in?
Maybe the at first maybe yes the graveyard shift and like here in the Philippines like working outside like is more like I mean being a VA is not like the norm in here because it's not a usual job to be like freelance for like being a freelancer or stuff.
Right.
But yeah, but um I was thinking of maybe should I just work outside like everybody else or should I just work from home because it wasn't easy to look for a client who would just like hire like someone online, right?
Right.
So I really had to learn stuff just to get in here.
Mm-hmm.
So
For sure. Well,
yeah,
cool. And what are some of your goals work related, like as a virtual assistant, and then some of your goals maybe even outside of work?
my goals as a VA.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, like I like for my client, for my future client, like I wanted to be um more hands on with them.
Oh,
So,
cool.
mhm.
Yeah, more
And
hands-on and kind of like, and this is definitely something that we see, like VAs taking initiative and like, making projects their own, and kind of like going that route of, kind of having that freedom to do the things that, you want to do and then do the things that like need to be done, and
yeah,
like, having that full trust. Like, that's awesome. So what about do you have any goals like outside of, virtual assistant, like buying a house, starting a family? What does that all look like for you?
Um, I think I'm too young for buying a house.
Oh yeah.
Not at the moment, but yes,
Right.
I'm saving up for stuff like traveling before COVID happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just saving money for traveling because I like traveling,
Oh,
but I
cool.
can't do that right now. So
Yeah.
I'm just stuck playing at home.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, I feel that. Where I'm at in Texas, where they actually just brought everything fully back to normal, I guess. I mean, I don't really know. I don't think it will ever be maybe back to normal completely. But they're kind of starting to lift a lot of the mandates and a lot of the restrictions. Are you seeing that? Are they starting to do that in the Philippines as well, or is it still pretty much on lockdown?
Um, yes, I don't think it's still safe to go outside.
Right.
Yeah, so like we're still very lucky to be staying at home and do work and still earn money.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, that's great. And that's
Yeah.
obviously, a lot of people have started looking just like the online working route. Since
Mhm.
COVID has happened, a lot more people have been open to it, which has brought a lot of people onto the virtual assistant industry and kind of seeing how that can transform their business. So yeah, no, it's great that, we're still able to do work virtually and get everything done that we need to get done.
True.
Through like Zoom, and then even just handing off tasks in Asana. So yeah, no, that's great. So you mentioned that you like traveling. What's your favorite destination that you've been to?
Japan.
Japan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you
What
been
was
to
that like?
Asia?
I have not. I've never. The only time that I've been out of the United States was to Puerto Rico, which is still considered a U.S. territory. So, and that was actually a few weeks ago. So I need to get some more traveling under my belt. I would love to. I would love to visit like all over Europe, just because there's so many different places you can go. But actually, whenever I lived in Colorado, one of my roommates was from Sapporo, Japan, and that's another place that I've really wanted to go to as well, just because it
Yeah.
looks so cool. So
Yeah, you'll like it in Japan. It's clean. People are very nice.
that's
They
awesome.
have like curfews. Yeah, you'll like it there.
Cool.
Visit it.
So Japan's your favorite. What's your goal destination? Where do you want to go to next?
Um, maybe
What?
like on the island side, maybe in
Yeah.
Bali,
Say it
mostly
one
in
more time.
Asia because it's near. Bali.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, no, that's another place that would be sweet. Like Thailand and Fiji,
Mhm.
all those like island places where there's beaches. I love all that. I also love the mountains. Like I said, I used to live in Colorado for a bit. But I would say that I'm definitely a beach guy. Love going to the beach. Definitely need to get some more traveling under my belt though, because once the COVID restrictions are lifted all over the place, hopefully we can get back to normal where we're going to concerts and traveling and things like that. So, well, cool, Sam. I appreciate you jumping on and kind of sharing with us.
Thank you.
Again, guys, throughout the day, we're having 30 of our top virtual assistants jump on and kind of share about their experiences as a virtual assistant and what it's been like working with Sphere Rocket. So again, Sam, I appreciate you jumping on, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Kat, how's it going?
Hi, Matt. Oh, good
Hey,
morning.
thank you so much for jumping on. It is another beautiful Friday, so cannot complain on that end. How's it going? Thanks for thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Matt. So, how are you? How's your day?
I'm doing great, doing great. So, for those of you who don't know, Kat is actually a part of Sphere Rocket's immediate team. So, while all the other VAs that we've had on today are placed with clients, Kat is actually part of Sphere Rocket's team. So, we're gonna get to hear a little bit from her about what she does. Kind of what her day to day looks like, how she helps the team, and then we'll hear a little bit about the culture and even some of Justin's dancing. We'll bring that up as well. So, Kat, without further ado, if you could kind of introduce yourself and let everyone know what it is that you do for Sphere Rocket.
All right, so thank you. Hi, Matt, again. So, hi everyone who watches us. So, nice to see you. So my name is Kat. Cat Sphere, known to be Cat Sphere, but my real name is Anne Katrina Espanyol. Yes, you heard it right. So we have 1% Spaniard from our blood. Yeah, so yeah, just a brief work experience of mine was I was a former online English tutor as well, like Miss Ice. So she was my former trainer at that company as well. So yeah, nice to see you too here, Trainer Ice. So nice company to work with, right? So yeah, in that company we tend to teach Chinese children, also adults, working adults, some basic English, words, knowledge like that, just to correct and to teach them on their English day to day conversation, daily conversation. Yes, and here at Sphere Rocket, they adopted me, and they believe in me, even if I'm a newbie, total newbie in this industry. So, yeah, I'm so happy to be part of this team. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, well, thanks for sharing all that. So, Kat, what is it? Obviously, I know, but for those who don't know, what is it that you do for Sphere Rocket, and how long have you been with the team?
All right. So as a recruitment executive here, so we are the one who are conducting initial interviews to non-experienced applicants, also with this aspiring Filipino virtual assistants. So we are the one conducting the interviews with them. So mhm, yeah, that's it. And yeah, we are giving them advice, pieces of advice on how to be an effective virtual assistant if they pass the sets of interviews here. So yeah, that's it.
Cool. And so, how did you kind of come across Sphere Rocket? Um, did you see a job posting on an ad? What kind of led you to us? Because you said you were doing the tutoring thing, and what kind of led you to us? And how do you see so far your role in Sphere Rocket different from what you were doing as an English tutor?
Mm-hmm. All right, so I saw Sphere Rocket's job posting on social media, especially on Facebook, because I'm into it. So I think it's my daily habit already. It's my daily routine to browse on Facebook. So there was a very bright day for me because I saw the job post of Sphere Rocket, and then I tried to apply, even if I'm a non-experienced applicant, so but I'm still happy, and I'm very, how do you say it? I'm very blessed that Sphere Rocket adopted me into your team, and then yeah, it's been a month. Oh,
Come
yeah,
on.
a month. Yes, a month of being here at Sphere Rocket, but I can see a future with them.
Wow, that's awesome. So, what was the transition period like for you? Like, was it difficult going from being an English tutor to being a real estate virtual assistant for Sphere Rocket, conducting the interviews and things?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Matt, actually, because in that industry from where I've began, so I tend to be playful, jolly, friendly. But here at Sphere Rocket, I have to be authoritative. So
Right.
I cannot be playful with my applicants when I
Mhm.
conducting interviews with them. So I have to be authoritative in some how do I say it, in some a little friendly way, but not the stricter one, just to break the ice.
Right.
So yeah, I tend to be playful. If you can just see me, I just tend to do hand
Yeah,
gestures.
yeah. That's
But
awesome.
mhm,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
that's
that's part of why we love you on the team, because you are, such a personable person. You're very easy to talk to, and that's why we want the people jumping on these initial interviews to be virtual assistants, to kind of have a friendly face as the first person that they talk to is Sphere Rocket. So, could you walk through kind of like what is the process of what you do on a day-to-day basis? What does the interview process look like? And kind of what do you do outside of conducting the interviews?
all right. So when I conduct interviews here or inside Sphere Rocket, it is a normal way. It's a neutral way. So I just want to dig deeper on the person itself. So
Right.
what does this person's attitude look like? What does she want? What was her background, his background, of course, what is his habits, like that, just to get to know kind of conversation in the initial interview. So it's just a chit chat of what they do for their lives. All right. So also for me outside Sphere Rocket, I tend to play mobile phones as well. I used to play Mobile Legend, if you're familiar with that, Matt. And now I'm into the gun game, video game. I don't know why.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
All
hilarious.
right. And then I also want to share to our viewers my hobby, which
Okay.
is this one. If you can see, it is called a diamond painting.
Wow,
It's a diamond painting.
that's incredible.
Oh,
That's really cool.
thank you. All
So
right, thank you.
how do you do that? That doesn't look like a normal painting. What's the like technique that you use for that?
Yes, man. But I used rhinestones here. If you can see it
Yeah.
somewhere, it looks like a gem. So I tend to patiently put them one by one.
Oh,
So
wow.
this is how detail oriented am I.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's awesome.
yeah, and I had 5 of them already. So
Oh,
this is what
cool.
I do outside Sphere Rocket.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, that's incredible. That's a really cool talent. Like I've kind of mentioned on some of these other ones, we love to see kind of the things that people are doing outside of work, because those hobbies are great to keep you occupied, and we don't want you working 24/7. We want all of our virtual assistants to have a good work-life balance, just like everybody in the stateside wants. That's what everybody wants. So what you had kind of mentioned that on these initial interviews, these are all applicants without previous experience, correct?
Yes.
So since they don't have the experience, what are the main things that you look for as far as like sending them to the next round? In is it personality traits? Is it an attitude thing? Is it an education? Like what are the main things that you look for, and the main things that you see as setting somebody up for success in the virtual assistant realm?
Mm-hmm. All right. So for me, as an interviewer, I first observe for their communication skills. If they can sell themselves to me, I
Right.
believe they can sell themselves to our clients as well. So they
Hmm.
persuade me, they persuade the client too. So that's awesome. And then next would be the personality. So if I saw the applicant is a bubbly one, I believe that if you work with a bubbly, jolly person, the stress in the work would be lessened.
Oh yeah.
So I think if that virtual assistant would have that personality, a bright aura, they called it. So I think the client itself would be not stressed because of the business stressful things about it. So those are the two factors that I mainly see for my applicants to be passed for the next interview.
For sure. Yeah, and that's actually something that we talk to our clients about too. Sometimes the attitude and the work ethic go a lot further than just the experience, because a lot of, and we see the stateside too, a lot of people might have like a lot of experience doing something, but if they don't have the skills, kind of like you said, to sell themselves, the skills to be able to hold a job, like in the day to day, like the work ethic and the skills to talk to people and communicate with the client, we've seen that a lot of the personality, the attitude, that can go a really, really long way, and that's why we put an emphasis on these virtual assistants that maybe they don't have virtual assistant experience in the past, or maybe not even real estate experience. And that's another reason we provide so much training on the back end, as far as the course for all the hired VAs and a lot of the non-hired VAs as well. We want to make sure that all of these applicants have a good shot and they're set up for success in the virtual assistant realm, specifically the real estate virtual assistant realm. And then that's why we also provide the training and the courses and all the SOPs to the clients, so that they know exactly what it is that they're working with. And we set them up for success, and we try to build that relationship between the client and the virtual assistant as much as we can. So no, that's awesome. I love that. So Kat, why do they call you Kat? What kind of brought along that nickname?
All right. Kat is from my name, Katrina.
Right.
So they just cut it. But my closest friends call me, or used to call me, Anne. But Anne is already common, so I just go with Kat with a
Right.
K.
Cool. Yeah, no, I love it. I love it's unique. It's really cool. So, and you kind of mentioned that you do some gaming, and then you do some painting as your hobbies. Now that COVID's here, obviously we can't go out and do as much, but I've noticed that a lot of the virtual assistants that we have, they like to travel a lot. Do you like to travel as well?
Yes, if I have the chance, I would love to visit your state, Texas. Also,
Uh,
I love to visit Japan as well. Also Korea. Um, yeah.
yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. The only reason I bring that up is because I actually just went to Puerto Rico for the first time a few weeks ago. And that was my first time out of the States. So yeah, like it was a really cool experience. And I know Justin and I actually plan to head to the Philippines sometime this year. Hopefully we're going to be able to do that. Hopefully with everything COVID related, all that's going to be, kind of under wraps. We're not going to have to worry about all of that. But yeah, so kind of talk to me about what it's been like working with, the different people in Sphere Rocket. What has the culture of Sphere Rocket been like? And, what are your favorite things about, working for this company?
Mm-hmm. All right. So I said a while ago, I'm a total newbie here. So Sphere Rocket opened a brand new door for me. So that was so overwhelming for me as a newbie. So I want to cry. But nah, seriously. So I'm just so thankful that you guys adopted me for this kind of industry, even though I don't have any proved experience about this one. Multitasking is kind of hard for me at first, but the most struggle thing for me here is to be that one, the authoritative, being kind of person. So, but here's Sphere Rocket members, Matt, Sir Justin, Miss Shireen. They're so friendly. They are so friendly. They they are like a family to me already, even if even though I'm only a month old from this or of this company. But yeah, it looks like a family relation already. And
Right.
also with the other members of the team, they're very accommodating. They're very approachable, even if they're so busy with their book schedules or interviews. They still answer my inquiries, even though I'm so, the kind of, I said it, I asked it earlier, I will ask it again later.
Right, right. No, that's
Right.
awesome. Yeah, and I love that you bring that up.
Mm.
Obviously, we Justin and I and Shireen, we wanted to place a big emphasis on building a great culture in which everybody that works for Sphere Rocket can come to us. We all collaborate. That's why we have the daily meetings in the mornings. We love to hear from everyone. We want to make sure that everyone is set up for success. Nobody, is kind of left behind or has questions that go unanswered. We think that makes, work. It just makes work a lot easier because, a lot of these, it can be really hard. You're working alone and like working virtually, not having, coworkers that you see every day. So we like to create that environment in a way with like these team meetings and kind of these, these events that we'll do at times. So, well, Kat, I appreciate you so much for jumping on. Oh, and look, there's Justin. Justin just jumped in. Justin, it looks like you're on mute.
I am on mute. Kat, I love and appreciate you. I'm so glad to have you on our team, and you by far are, I'm going to give you the award of our biggest smiling VA. I love all the screenshots. You have no shortage of smiles, and I appreciate you, your family, and all you do for thousands of people.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Thank you. I
Awesome.
love you guys.
Yeah, well, thank you for jumping on. Again, we appreciate you, and yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we are back. Matt, thank you so much for filling in for me for a little bit.
No worries, man. I know you got to get those gains in.
Got to work out, or my coach, if he's watching, he'll know that I was slacking today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, and I loved getting the opportunity to talk to the VAs and kind of, share with everyone watching kind of what makes being a virtual assistant so great, and especially going through the Sphere Rocket process. So it was awesome.
I love it, man. Well, we'll give everybody a few minutes. I know we got another VA coming up, Jay or Jason, as we call him, and see if his video comes on. If you're listening in here, man, let's get your video on and we'll get you off and rolling. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. So perfect. Well, let me, Matt, I'm going to turn you back over to the controls, and I'll chat to you here in a bit, man.
Awesome.
All right. Awesome. How's it going, Jason?
Hi, doing great. How are you doing today?
Good, man. Good. I'm just excited to be here and getting to chat with you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I know, it's been a long time. Oh man, it feels like every day it just gets further and further and more VAs. And man, I'm excited for you to share a little bit more about yourself. You are one of our most talented VAs in the niche that you serve. So I would love for you just to kind of introduce yourself to the audience. Yeah, let's just go from there, man. You look like you are in just an amazing background. I love that. It looks way cleaner than mine. So I love your
Yeah,
virtual
well, it's actually a green screen. If you take it out, it's messy behind. So
Good. So what you're saying is I need to use my green screen. I love it. Well, Jason, tell me, man. So, how did you become a VA? Tell me a little bit about your family. Like, tell me who is Jason and what has Jason got going on?
well, on the Sphere Rocket side, I was actually contacted by you
Mm,
or your team
yep.
July of last year from LinkedIn. And as soon as I saw that, I was in a tight spot during that time, so I needed the work. So once I contacted you, everything was set into place, and I was given a client like a week after, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really fast, and I was really, really thankful for Sphere for giving me the opportunity for getting a job and getting my client Justin, who is really a very, very good, great, exceptional client.
I love that. I love that. And so tell me a little bit about that. So like what's your background in? Like where did you obviously we reached out. If you guys are listening in here at Sphere Rocket, one of the things we do is we don't just like get a pool of VAs and just have people sitting there waiting for jobs. We really want to go after and do a recruitment to where when we reach out to you, Jason, that you're not sitting there for a long time if we think that you are a great match in talent. It's a lot different than most VA companies that just kind of, they make you sign a contract, they make you sit there and then you're waiting. You never know when you're going to get a job. For us, we really want to keep those options open for you. And so where did you come from? Like when we reached out to you on LinkedIn, like what was the years before? Were you a VA already? Were you coming from the BPO industry? What did that look like for you?
Before I came to Sphere, I was working as an independent contractor, VA as well, for uh, agents from Keller Williams.
Okay.
And before that, I was also into BPO. So I was a BPO agent for about 6-7 years.
Wow. Okay.
Then after that, I started working as a VA about 10 years as well.
Wow, awesome. So you already knew what it was like to be a VA. You already knew, like, you were used to the time changes, and you were just like, I'm looking for a new opportunity, and there you found us.
Yes,
I love that. I love that. So tell me about you. Do you have a family, or like what do you currently have going on in your immediate life?
Yeah, I have a wife and a child. We're raising a 7-year-old boy who's actually we're having a hard time right now because he's currently homeschooled. So after work we can't sleep right away, so we have to focus on him during his classes and stuff like that.
I love that. I love that. So you have no shortage of work ethic is what I'm hearing you say in terms of making sure that your family is taken care of first.
Yes, of course.
I love that. I love that. So tell me, like, what are some of your, what are some of your favorite things about being a VA? Because like we said on some of the previous, interviews we've done today, is we want these interviews to not only inspire people in the United States to have a greater level of trust and desire to get a virtual assistant, but also to inspire those that are thinking about becoming a VA, right? Maybe your friends, your family, your coworkers, other people like that. So if you're talking to them, what would you say for someone that maybe is in the BPO industry, maybe they're, in the BPO industry taking care of their parents and they want to get back into working at home so that way they can make it easier on them. What would you tell them are some of the key things they can be doing to best acquire a job or prepare or just be a better VA?
Well, of course, what I would list or what I would tell them is the advantages. You get to work from home, you get more time with your family, you get more time for yourself. And of course, one of the best things about being a VA is the pay. The pay is way more compared to working in a BPO because you don't get to pay for transportation, you don't get to pay for food when you're at work, and the time, the travel time, and the getting tired.
Yeah,
you can't get that when you're working from home.
No, I love that. And it's one question I'm about to ask you a really crazy question. You don't have to give me a perfect answer to it. If you were coming out of college right now and you were going to go get a BPO job, maybe an hour away, something like that, what would you say on average is what would you expect to make if you were a brand new, person right out of college going to the BPO industry? Like, what do you think roughly they would make? I know it can vary, but what would be like someone's target if they were going to work in the BPO industry? Like, tell me kind of like the minimum that you think that they would make out of college
If you're
or something along those lines.
fresh out of college, no experience, that will be like around, let's say 12,000 pesos here. I'm having a hard time converting it to
Yeah,
dollars.
so you're saying 12,000 pesos per month?
Yeah,
Cool.
roughly. That's,
So for you guys,
that's still without taxes and stuff.
yeah, so for you guys, just to put an equivalency to that, 12,000 pesos a month. So someone goes to college, gets a college degree, is going to go try their hand at a BPO industry. They're most likely working the night shift. He just said 12,000 pesos. For you guys that can do the conversion, that's about $247 per month. $247, $247. It could obviously range a little bit either way.
Yeah, around 300, let's say 300.
Yep. And so, but then you have to take in your gas, you have to take in your travel. I mean, even like here in the United States, if we have to go into an office, we're going to go out to eat sometimes. We're going to grab the gas station food. Like, it just happens. We can't cook and things like that. So for just to kind of give you guys a frame of mind is if you do that, and then you take a VA and you pay them $2.50 an hour, $400 a month, you're at least matching what they could do in the BPO industry, and they can do it from their home with less of those expenses. Now, once you as a VA start to level up and you start making 500, 600, 700, 800 over time, that's when you start to see where it can be extremely lucrative to be a virtual assistant just because of cost savings too. So I love that you brought that up. Tell me, Jason, what are some of your goals into the future? Like, not everything's about business, not everything's about work. Like, what do you enjoy to do in the Philippines? And what are some of your goals in life that you want to try to accomplish?
Well, goal is really to save up, start a small business maybe.
Love
Try to reach a goal wherein you can buy a home,
that.
make your family comfortable. That's the goal, really. Just try to retire and live a comfortable life after.
I love that. I love that. Now let's dive a little bit into what you do. You do a lot of cool things. So like, what would you say for your client right now? What are kind of your daily tasks look like? What are you taking off of their plate? And what's kind of like the day in the life of Jason look like for you and between you and your client?
Well, I start at 10 p.m. By the time that I get on my computer, there would be like 3-4 videos waiting to get edited, posted. I also have housing listings that I need to do virtual tours for, social media marketing, and mostly just adding leads, CRMs and stuff.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And what's really unique about you is your video skills are crazy good. Like for someone that had come from a different industry and kind of done some similar things already in video editing, I love the skills that you have. And I believe that your team now, do you guys have another VA on your guys' team as well now, or one or two more, or is it just you still?
I'm not sure if Justin also got another VA, but for now, I think it's only me.
Just you. Awesome.
Yeah.
And even then with like what you do in the video section, like I know you're just doing, he's doing a lot of videos every single day. He likes to talk on video. So
yeah,
if you guys don't know who Justin is, great guy out of Colorado, really great business mind and just kind soul, big coach within the Tom Ferry system. So absolutely love Justin Martin out of Colorado. So, well, Jason, I just want to say I really appreciate you coming on. And with that being said, I kind of want to end with Matt had a great question for our last interviewee. If you have one place in the world that you got to go on an all expenses paid vacation to, like, where would you choose?
Oh, that's a very hard question.
Oh, it's so hard.
But of course, my number one place that I'd really like to go to would be Japan, because I'm really into cars. So I heard that Japan has really cool car stuff, so I really want to go there.
I love that. No, I heard their car shows are absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
How far is Japan from you guys? I know roughly, but how long is like a flight there?
Not I'm not really sure. About a couple of hours, I think.
Okay, that sounds about right. That sounds about
Yeah.
right. So, well, Jason, I just want to say I appreciate you coming on. You've not only inspired some United States-based clients to, consider getting a VA, but as we've said many times today, in turn inspires them to get you more clients, more virtual assistance jobs. So, I know it may seem insignificant, but the 15 minutes you spend with us today is going to give people more jobs, in an economy that's hurting during COVID. So I really appreciate you being selfless and spending some time with us.
Oh, no problem at all. And thank you so much for Sphere. Thank you, Justin. Thank you for Shireen for giving me the opportunity of having a stable job and giving me a very great client.
Absolutely, Jason. Well, you're about to make me cry, man. So I'm about to have to put you off the screen. I'm an emotional man. But with much love, Jason, I keep on loving on your clients and keep doing a great job, man.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. All right, we are back. It is 11 a.m. I don't even know how many interviews we've done so far, but I just wanted to recap some of the biggest takeaways that I have had so far. And, even though I do this every single day for a living, it's just a great reminder, guys, that the opportunity to pay virtual assistants at a great reduction compared to US-based labor and is just an incredible opportunity for you to scale your business with higher profit. One of the other things that I think that a lot of people have a misconception about is when you think about virtual assistants or you think about outsourcing, you think a lot about replacing jobs. Sorry about that. You think about that you're replacing a job, you're taking an American-based job and sending it overseas. And while I get that, one of the key things is when you usually look at what a virtual assistant's doing, usually virtual assistants do what we call job creation. A lot of people that have virtual assistants, we've placed 400 plus in 2020, and we're placing like 40 plus a month right now already in 2021. What we're finding is these people that are hiring VAs, they would have taken one or two routes, and they tell me this straight up, and you guys saw this in the employer interviews a few weeks ago. They'd say, Justin, I either would have done this all myself and continued to live a miserable life of having to do everything, or I would have put these tasks on my already overburdened assistant, in-person assistant, or I just would have done nothing because they weren't ready for another assistant yet. It didn't make sense financially. It didn't make sense for their organization. So when we look at VAs are coming in and they're filling opportunities that wouldn't exist if this didn't exist. People go, I would have just never had an assistant, right? We have so many people in our program that they're not ready yet for a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month bill. But what they are ready for is someone that they can come in and pay $2.50 an hour, $4 an hour, $6 an hour. And so we're filling this gap and void that would have never have been there. And so we know a lot of people struggle with, should I outsource or should I keep the jobs in the United States? Well, my question to you is if you're going to keep the job here and you're at this level, and you need to be at this level to be able to afford it or to be able to make that jump, comfortable. Well, what's going to get you from here to there? It's not usually going to be more hard work. It's going to be leverage and all these different things. So especially during COVID right now, guys, there is nothing better than my entire team being virtual, because now I feel like I can be anywhere in the world. My health is going to be better. because my team and I can meet like this, and it's been well accepted. So next up, we have another one of my team members. It's a new team member. If you guys haven't heard, Sphere Rocket is going to double and triple our team size. We're hoping to have about 40 members on the Sphere Rocket team on my personal VA team, outside of the hundreds we place. And one of our newest additions is probably going to sing you a whole bunch of songs on the podcast. I'm just kidding. He's freaking out right now. I see him in the waiting room. He's like, no, I am not going to sing a song for you guys. But our most musically talented, AB. How are you, my man?
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm good.
Last time you and I were on a Zoom call this week, we were doing some karaoke. Someone was like working. I don't even know what was going on, but it was just a fun time. So, Jay, I know you're a relative new team member within the last few weeks to a month within our organization. So I would love just to kind of get to know you better for my own personal sake, but also for the sake of everybody listening here, because what you do is the hidden magic behind what everybody doesn't see. Right? They see that the final interviews, they see them getting their virtual assistants, they love their VA, but they don't get to see like what you're doing behind the scenes to sort through all these applications and all these interviews. People just come to me and they go, Justin, it's magic. How do you guys do it? And they forget, or sometimes people come to us and go, Justin, we can do this on our own. We can go find our own VA. And the reality is they could, but they're never going to be as good as what you can do, because you guys are going through so many applications and you guys are so organized to be able to just go through so much. So I would love to start off. Tell us a little bit about your family, and ultimately, how did you come about finding Sphere Rocket and end up on our team?
Yeah. Well, as I have mentioned earlier with our Zoom meeting before, we're only 3 at home. It's me and my mom and my brother. I'm a twin, right? And it's just that my mom and my dad were separated, but I don't mind that. I love them still. So yeah, I was a graduate of hotel and restaurant management. Actually, I'm not really into this kind of job. I'm into face-to-face interaction with our clients, with our guests, serving the food and all of that. So right now, it was really a new thing for me, handling this conversation, even this one. The virtual thing is really new world for me, but I'm loving it. The most exciting one for me here is that you're offering a work from home setup, a weekend off, definitely, as I mentioned before. That's what I'm looking for right now, since I'm working at home. The job that can offer me a weekend off where I can give still the services, or still I can serve in our church, like I've mentioned before, so I can still do the ministries that I have before. So right now I'm back with them. So yeah, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I love that. And one thing I love about the way that Sphere Rocket works, and the way that you came from an industry where you had a lot of experience, like managing people, interacting with people. And for me, a lot of people don't realize that when we hire VAs onto our team, I actually don't want a lot of experience. I don't want experience in the virtual world, because you guys come in with such a great skill set of corporatized world of just having really good skills. And what I love about you, Jay, is I love that your passion actually lied in something outside of virtual. It was something outside of virtual, yet you were willing to try something new during the pandemic when that slowed down. And ultimately, what I also love about you is you've been honest that if something in the future were to ever come up better in that world that you thrive in, that we're going to support getting you there, even if it ever meant leaving Sphere Rocket. Because at the end of the day, Sphere Rocket's not about Sphere Rocket. Sphere Rocket's about making you and your family and making you the best life that you can possibly have, whether that's with us or with someone else. And so, Jay, talk to me a little bit about, give me the perspective of somebody that, I know you've used technology, but it wasn't something that you were doing every day, 8 hours a day. Tell me, how has that adjustment been for you? Because there's a lot of people listening right now thinking about becoming a VA, and they're worried, will I like it? So tell us kind of how that's been for you, and some of your struggles, but also maybe some of your wins that you've liked about it.
Right. I guess what I can share is that you really have to embrace the new world, the new normal that we have. And what I can give them advice is to embrace changes,
Yep.
right? You know what? Because as I've mentioned, I've been into food service industry wherein it's a face-to-face interaction. Right now, I've adjusted. I bought this PC. Actually, it was just an accident. My brother bought this PC just nearby. A computer shop just closed, so it was really accident that I have this, and luckily I'm having it now. My adjustment maybe was the to explore myself on the applications that we are using right now. The because in my previous job what I know is just emailing some reports and all, and most of the paperwork I do is on hand.
Yep.
I hold papers, I sign them, I ask my writers to send it on our offices. But right now it's all virtual. So the adjustment was really big, but I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it. The pressure is on. Definitely it's fun. It's great and I'm loving it.
I love that. And one of the cool things I like about you, Jay, is your background came from a less tech side. But when you talk about service management, hotel management, like you guys, you're there to problem solve. Like that's all you guys do. Like they don't usually come to you when they're excited, right? Like usually you're the one you're solving because someone's got the wrong food, or you're problem solving because someone's got the wrong room, or someone misscheduled something. Like you guys are problem solvers, which is what I look for when I'm hiring for my team. And I know that's why Shireen, ended up hiring you, is that problem solving is key because you can solve any problem. Because the cool thing about being in the VA world, your problems usually are from like where you're at, in your bedroom, in your apartment. Like it's much more comfortable than being, in that sense. So tell me, like, what did you do for Sphere Rocket? If I'm being completely honest with you, Jay, I don't know a ton about what you do with Sphere Rocket. Shireen is so close to all of you guys. There's so many of you now. What do you do on a day-to-day basis, just so you can kind of give our clients a little bit of a peek into the back workings of Sphere Rocket?
Sure. No worry about that. So with regards to the day-to-day task of mine as a recruitment executive, first and foremost, we do email management. Checking. That's my first task to do, is to check my email. Who are those individuals who pass their requirements? I definitely sort them for those who have the complete requirements. For those who I need to email them for the exact complete requirements. Second, my panel interviews. Usually it starts with around 10 p.m. here in the Philippines, 10 to 2 a.m. So those were interviews from different kind of people from different industries. So I'm really challenged by that. Although I did also a bit of recruitment before when I was still in McDonald's. I handled people. I talked to them. I even asked them to dance just to see who are confident enough, who has this trait that I'm looking for, right? You know what? Because work in food industry or in fast food is really big. It's really you really have to open yourself with the others, right? With their attitude, with their how they will treat you, right? And so that's I'm enjoying that right now, interviewing people and seeing where will they be in the future if we hire them, right? And then after that, panel interviews. Next is once those applicants pass, so we will upload their all of their requirements on our G drives, on our master list, and then after that, uploading all the documents, all the papers. After that, I do some Canva editing for postings. Of course, that is part of our sourcing for the next applicants for the next day, next week, or even for the whole month.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that for the positions, especially for those positions that we are looking for right now. Listing and transaction coordinators, video editors, social media managers. Yeah, those were the positions we are looking right now. And even also checking my Asana tasks, right? So that particular application is the one we are using to organize the things that we are doing here internally, right? And what else? Also, we have tracking here. What else?
Yeah, no, I love. So basically, what I'm hearing you say is you do two main jobs. Number one is making sure we're getting new applications daily. You're doing the design for it. You're helping share those. Like for you guys on the outside looking in, it's hard. It's hard to get a lot of applications, right? We have to always be searching because we're not looking just for VAs that are on like Fiverr or Upwork or Online Jobs PH. Like we want to screen them, talk to them, take them through, like you do initial interviews. So like when you talk about panel interviews, our first round of interviews, we bring a whole bunch of VAs together. And guess what, Jay, you probably rule out some people based on, not having a good command of the English language, right? Not being able to conversate well, not having certain skill sets. And so you do that. So you help us source applicants. I think yesterday, you guys saw me post this, we had 872 applications come in one day. That is one day, 872. It takes a little bit of sorting to get through those and figure out who is and isn't going to work. And then you go into doing the panel interviews. You might do some final interviews as well. And then it also sounds like you're just having to do a whole bunch of admin tasks to make sure that this stays organized and our clients are getting the right VAs.
Exactly. More than that, we're not just posting. We're even reaching my personal or using my personal FB. I'm also using that. Not just the work email or the work Facebook. We're reaching more and more. Even Instagram, LinkedIn. Something
I love it. I love it. Well, tell me, Jay, like, what are some of your goals in life that you hope to accomplish, in the coming years? I mean, you're a pretty humble guy, which I really love about you. But kind of tell me, what are your big upcoming goals that you'd like to accomplish, whether now or in 10 years or into your future?
Yeah, right. So the first and foremost, I'm looking forward to buy properties. First and foremost is to buy land here in the Philippines. It's really hard to earn. Yeah, I hope I can do that with Sphere Rocket. So that's one of the main goal of mine right now, to earn money and to buy a land where I can build my future or my dream home. And one of the things that I'm really working out right now is my love life, I guess, because I'm courting someone right now, and I must say it's a bit challenging because, to tell you honestly, I don't know if you'll believe I never had a girlfriend before or even court someone, because I'm really focused with my work. Because I can really see how hard my mom works for us just to finish studies, right? So I really focus myself in studying. And then thank God that I finished, and right now it's my turn. It's my turn to give back to her, to give everything that she wants. So yeah, that's it. Those were the two big things that I'm doing right now, working it out.
I love that, guys. And if you didn't catch that embodies the Filipino culture to a degree. And I love that you live that out, Jay. You are a true testament to love first, and everything else will fall in line with hard work. So, well, Jay, I know you probably have a busy afternoon of applicants waiting for you, probably messaging you all over the place right now. So, but like I've told every interview today, man, I know it's not in your comfort zone to come get on a Facebook Live with me and chat.
No problem.
So I love that you did that. I love that you gave the opportunity for more people to get jobs from Inspiration, that you both gave United States-based clients and also gave to your fellow VAs that might not be wanting to jump on and do it. So I really appreciate it. And with much love, my man, I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday.
Thank you so much, Justin. My pleasure. Anytime.
I love it, man. Thanks, Jay.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Hello, hey Jenny, how are you? Oh, she's coming
Yes.
off mute real quick.
Hi.
Jenny, how are you?
All good, all good. How are you?
Good, good. I am super excited to get to chat with you again. It's been a while since we last chatted. But we got Jenny coming up, we got Pam, and then Kim after. So still going away with all of our interviews, but Jenny, just like every interview, been a while since you and I last chatted. So I would love for you to catch us up. What are you currently doing, and how did you become a VA? I would love for you to share a little bit about your family as well, and just kind of let everybody get to know a little bit about Jenny.
All right. Okay. So I started. Okay, let me start being a VA. I started as a virtual assistant. It's actually a recommendation from a friend,
Okay.
and since I had my baby back then, so I decided to why not move from office job into a home based job. So um, I started with a client before, and it worked so fun. And unfortunately, until the pandemic came in, so I had to look for other clients. And then when I met Shireen and Spear Rocket, and then wow, okay, everything goes on from there.
I love it.
Yes. So basically, my task is more on a transaction coordinator, and also I do take care of the administrative task that I'm working with Beth right now. And mostly it's more on like organizing everything for her because she's all over the place when I met her. So like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
And remind me, where is your client currently located out of? Do you know?
Yes, she's working. She's actually in Texas.
Yep.
From Texas, I should say. Yes.
I love that. I love that. So talk to me a little bit about like your background. Like you said that you came over, you were having a baby, so you knew it might be better to have a work at home type of job. Like, what did you do? Like, were you in BPO or like what was your previous career prior to becoming a VA?
Yes. I worked as a call center agent back then.
Okay.
But my longest working experience was more on teaching. So,
Oh, so another teacher. If you guys are not gathering, there's a lot of teachers within the Sphere Rocket organization. Just because teachers, number one, you have to be loving of other people first, which is one thing we look for. Number two, you know how to train. You know how to go and be resourceful and learn things on your own, which is something I really like about you. I hear all the time, Jenny's learning this. She learned how to do this. And it's like, did you teach her that? And everybody's like, no, she went and found it out on her own. So I love that. So absolutely love that. So talk to me about what you do for your client currently. You talked about some transaction work. Like, what does a day in the life of Jenny look like?
Oh, well, basically for the 8 to 9 hours, just sitting in front of my computer, and then I do check my checklist. It's an everyday task. And also I do always check and follow up the leads that we have because that's very important. There is something good thing about following up the leads because it's an agreement. If I find a very good lead, then we can close a transaction with that, and we get more. Ching ching ching.
Of course. Yeah, no, I love that. There's some motivation to continue to help grow the company. It's a win-win. I love that. I love that. Now, tell me what is because you were a VA before coming to Sphere Rocket. Like, what has Sphere Rocket been able to help you with? I know that we kind of give you a lot of different things, but like, what would you say is different about Sphere Rocket compared to having to find your own clients, having to maintain them? Like, what does that look like for you?
Well, this is actually very comfortable work for me, I would say, but it's not easy. However, Sphere Rocket really helped me. Like before, I have to look for my client on my own. I have to do research. I have to talk to them, reach out to them, and I heard some stories from people that some clients they were not able to, you know, pay them after all the works that they have done, unfortunately. But if you work with an organization like with the Sphere Rocket, it's very good because at least you get to have a there is a promise, and at the same time they won't leave you. Like if something happened between you and your client, they find clients for you, which you are very they think you are fit on to this position. So
Yeah.
they won't leave you alone. They will always be there.
I love that. I love that. So tell me, where did you learn transaction work and things like that? Because that's obviously something you already had a lot of skill sets in. It's not something we taught you all. You know, obviously you keep learning as you grow. But like, where did you gain that experience? Did you self-teach it? Did you just start off with a job that's what you had to learn, or where did you get some of your knowledge that you came in with?
With transaction coordinator, with my previous broker, um, we he actually asked me if you can do TC, and I was curious what is really TC about. So I did do a research about it, and the little by little about the documents that we have, the paperwork and everything. I had to study them. I had to read them, and literally, I really had to print them, and I had to go over each contract. And then that's back then from California, so I did had to highlight everything what is very important on the contract, and that's why I started to create my own timeline and see if that works. And I did check with him, hey, is this correct? Let me know. And then back then, and then it's right now. I like TC with Beth because the tools that we have, it's very user friendly, and at the same time everything is in there. All you have to do is just make sure the documents are properly signed, initialed, and with the dates in there and with all the information in there, and then just upload it in the system, and then we're good.
I love that. I love that. So if you guys didn't catch that, she does a lot of compliance, making sure that things are signed, letting Beth know, hey, we're missing this. Like, it really just serves as a safety net, right? Someone that's always looking over it so you don't have to scramble last minute to try and figure it out. So tell me a little bit about, Jenny, like for someone that's maybe listening here, maybe they're a VA in the Philippines or an aspiring VA, like what is some advice you give to them to start to have a better chance at landing a job, becoming a better VA, being more knowledgeable? Like, what would you suggest to them as like a mentor, as someone that's been doing this for a long time?
Well, I would say it has to have like you have to have the passion on learning new things. Being a VA is not like what you just learned from your previous job. You should be open to unlearn things, and you should be open to learn new things. Especially with real estate, there are a lot of terminologies. That was really first my head really hurts. What does he mean? What does he mean like this? So things like that. So you have to really analyze things and make sure that everything is all your tasks, by the way, you have to make sure that you can catch up with the task that you have on your plate. And also you have to be very open with your communication with your client. Make sure that if you think that you're gonna be delayed, you have to let them know. So everybody is on the same page. If you're a little bit or ahead of your task, let them know too. So they can give you more something, or they can lessen what they're giving on your end. So
No, I love that, because one thing a lot of people don't know about the Filipino culture is you guys are very reserved. You're very reserved, and a lot of times that comes from past jobs and clients that were maybe rude or weren't leading with love and weren't being a good example as a boss. So it kind of made you, or you come from a BPO industry where it was corporate, and if you said something, they might fire you, things like that. And so I love that you brought that up, because as a VA, the best thing you can do to maintain a client is just be open in communication. And to grow and to make more money is just to have that great communication. So I love that you brought that up. So tell me next, like, what are some dreams, some goals that you have for you and your family, kind of as being a VA, right? I know Beth and Brandon, who you're the VA for, they are really, really good people. They're actually at a conference, I think, this weekend, learning a lot of awesome things. And they have a big growth mindset. So get ready. I know when they come back, they're probably going to give you a whole bunch of tasks because they're going to be excited again. But tell me, like, since they're going to help you grow to such a large level, like, what are you excited about for your future goals? Like, what are some of those for you and your, obviously your family and your young kid?
Yes. So first, I really wanted to build a foundation with my work with them until until I really wanted to have a a long-term working relationship with them. Because it does not just benefit me. Also, it would be a very, especially now, it's really hard to find job, and it's really hard to keep job at the same time, especially in this time. So, I really want to take care of everything what I have right now, and also especially with Ben, because I really always, my goal is always to put food on the table like everyone else. So, and also save something, especially we don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. So that's something I'm really looking forward to.
I
Be
love
able
that.
to.
I love that. I love that. So tell me, last question I have. I've been asking everybody, what is your dream vacation? Like, where is your dream destination with you and your family? I just like to know.
Uh-huh. It's he always wanted to. It's actually about my son. He really wanted to go to Bahamas and
Okay.
go somewhere in US. So hopefully.
I love that. I love that goal. That is a great goal. I love the beaches. I love water. So there's no shortage of that. So absolutely love that. Well, Jenny, I just want to say I really appreciate you giving us a few minutes of your time. Thank you to Beth and Brandon. I mean, I think Brandon's got a few VAs too. I think they have a whole bunch of VAs all over the place. So
Yes.
I appreciate you taking time out of your busy day. I don't want you to get too far behind on your tasks. So I'm going to let you go here, but I really, really appreciate you inspiring more United States-based clients to take a chance to hire Sphere Rocket VAs, and in return, also inspire people in your country to take the leap of faith to have a VA job that might benefit them and their family more.
All right. Thank you so much, Justin, and nice to see you again.
It's good to see you as always. Have a great Saturday, Jenny.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, we are back for another session. I'm going to wait for Pam, who is up next. Another fantastic VA, another VA that I call one of our mama VAs, who in the back end is helping so many different people. Guys, I cannot say enough how much I love that our VAs, whether they're on my team, whether they're on someone else's team, they just share so much information. I was just at the gym while Matt was taking over, and I saw someone in one of the VA chat rooms had asked a question. And literally within like 10 minutes, that person had like 20 answers from some of our most experienced placement VAs ever. And so I want to remind you guys, as an employer, if you're going to get a virtual assistant and you're scared that everything's going to be on you to teach and train, you just need to be a better leader. And what I mean by that is, if you grow your skills as a better leader, you will know how to leverage pre-existing technology. If you're a better leader, you will know how to get the VAs connected with other VAs that are already doing it. If you're a better leader, you will be able to direct them to where you don't have to do anything. Leadership is so much more than you just telling someone what to do or you building the systems. Leadership is seeing a bigger piece of the puzzle and being able to figure out leverage without having to do it yourself. So with that being said, while we wait for this next interview, I'm going to go on a quick bathroom break. I'm going to grab a quick protein shake, and I will be back. But as always, I appreciate you guys tuning in. Our next interview will start here in just a few minutes. All right, we are back for another interview. How are you, Pam?
Yeah, sorry, I'm late. I'm a
No,
little late.
you are actually an hour early, so you are amazing.
Yeah, but I'm a working mama, so
Okay.
it's really a bad time that my baby is crying. So,
I love
all right.
it.
So, hello, Jeff. Really nice to see you again.
It is good to see you as well. If you're wondering why your name changed, I changed your name on the screen for you. So Pam did not write that. I wrote that because Pam, you are also one of my favorite VAs. You would not be on this call if you weren't. But Pam, you have a unique story. You're friends with me on Facebook, like a lot of VAs are, and I just see how hard you work for your family. Like you put in so many hours, and you're doing so many cool things that I just want to pick your brain today and learn more about who Pam is and kind of how you got in to the virtual assistant industry.
Oh yes. My previous job is actually a casino dealer, so I work more on graveyard shift and then shifting schedules, and then I realized it's really tiring, and the compensation is not so good. So I tried enrolling in how can I say that virtual assistance training
Yep.
online. Then I just found it on Facebook, and then I'm interested. So I tried entering, enrolling on that, and then I finished. I finished the course, but I have maybe I am unlucky for months. I haven't found a job in Upwork, so I tried entering ESL,
Yeah.
English online English teaching. So and then I continue enrolling, no, applying as a VA, and then finally I get a part-time job as a VA, as a real estate VA, and then eventually I found Spear Racket on Facebook, and it's really good. And the process, the application process, the recruiting process is so good, and the support, the support on your VAs are very good. So I got Anna, Anna as my first client from Spirit Rocket, and she is so amazing. And then after months of working with her, so she decided uh, to to join a bigger group in Keller Williams. And then luckily she recommended me to the group in the Herge group. So now I am working on their group as their admin assistant.
That's
So
awesome.
they're really really good people. They're amazing. They're very helpful, and I really love it. I really love working with them.
I love that. I love that. Tell me a little bit about your family. Like, what do you have going on? I mean, I know about your family because I follow you on Facebook, but tell everybody, because obviously you work hard for your family. I know that's one of your number one priorities. Tell me a little bit more about them.
Yes, I already have two kids. Okay, so um, the one is 10 years old, and the other one is just a month old. Okay, so I how can I say that I'm a single mother before, but not now. Okay,
Congratulations.
so yes, I work for my family, and not much with my family actually.
No, I love that.
So how can I so maybe just working for my sons, okay, for my two kids, and just really wanted to have some goals, small goals that I really wanted to achieve by myself, because I married so young. I'm just 18 then, so I have a lot of dreams that I want to come true, to materialize, even if I already have kids.
I love that. I love that. So tell me a little bit about like what you do. Like you work hard, but like a lot of people listening may not know exactly, my internet. Sorry, my internet cut out there for a minute. That was on my end. There are so many different things you can do as a real estate VA, and it's always changing. Like, what do you do for your current team right now? Like, what are some of the tasks you're doing, And like, what does a day in the life of Pam look like?
Okay, so currently in Herge Group in Keller Williams, I do the admin, more on the admin tasks, like if they have new listings, new pendings. So I do some Facebook marketing.
Okay.
Okay, and then making transaction in KW Command for those transactions, and then we are also using Boomtown and Brevity, so that the task for all the tasks for their transactions will be monitored. Okay, sometimes I'm also doing some Facebook promotional flyers
Yeah.
for using Canva, only Canva, not much on the Photoshop. So basically, those are my tasks. And also, I also know transaction coordinating, so documents. Okay, I learned it from my past client, so that's pretty much it.
I love that. I love that. Now tell me, when you came on with Sphere Rocket and you went to Anna, like Boomtown, Brevity, Command, like you knew some of it already, but you didn't know all of it because every team uses something so different. How did you learn all those new systems and become efficient at it?
Yeah, honestly, all of them, all of those websites are, I do not know them. Okay, so since on my first months, I guess in Sphere Racket, we have mastermind calling, your training, your links, especially your videos. They help me a lot, especially in command. Okay, and then others I learned it self tutorial in YouTube. Yeah, in YouTube channel is very and then the other is from my bosses. So they are sending me training videos, and all of them I learned it from scratch. I don't have any knowledge in real estate actually.
I love that.
All of them,
I
yeah,
love
I
that.
just
So I was gonna,
while on board.
yeah, so I want everybody to listen to that. Whenever you have the right virtual assistant, when you have someone that's as hardworking as Pam, they will figure out how to learn anything, right? And you know, stop number one, learn it from the employer because the employer probably knows it best. Step number two, because a lot of times employers might not know the system that well. That's why they want to hire you. Go to Sphere Rocket, right? We provide training. We provide unlimited number of questions. Like, just come to us and, you know, because I've used Brevity, I've used Boomtown, I've used Command, I've used almost every system out there. We can create the custom training for you. Third, Pam can go to any of her colleagues and coworkers in the groups and go, who uses Boomtown? I know we just had someone on earlier. He works Boomtown 24 hours a day. He's our resident Boomtown expert. We can get you connected. So to kind of go through the steps, and step number 4 is YouTube, right? There is so much information on YouTube. And if I were to go even further to step number 5, when you name like Boomtown and Brevity and Command, guess what? All of those platforms, they have massive training libraries, right? I know Command's got a big library, Brevity's, but here's the key. You got to find the right VA that can be self-starting to go and learn. If you have the wrong VA, you have to show them everything, have to teach them everything. When you have someone like Pam, which is what our recruitment team does such a good job of finding talent just like you, that's when it really changes the world in terms of being able to get things done.
Yeah.
So my next question for you is what do you love to do most? You do a lot of different tasks. What do you like? What is your favorite task? Like if you had to do one task for the rest of your life and that was it, what would it be?
Okay, so I think I enjoy more on making Facebook promotional flyers. Yes, I love designing, even if it is just in Canva. I know Canva is just for beginners. But I really love, especially when your clients appreciate your work. When it's because you really spend time on it, and you really do your best to make it a really good looking to the post and very striking. So that's it.
I love that.
So yes, I love to learn more on making those.
Yeah, and one thing I want to tell you guys, and this is what I love about Pam, is like I've seen a lot of the things you put out, and it looks amazing. Because guys, when you have a virtual assistant, they can spend an hour to 2 hours on it. Where you, as an agent, if you're spending 2 hours on a flyer or on a promotional, you're not making money. You're not out there doing lead generation. And so, someone like Pam, who has the skills and is super good at it, she's gonna make it half as fast as you will, or she's gonna make it double as fast as you will, but it's also gonna have double the quality of what you would be able to do. So I love that, Pam. So Pam, what is one of your things that you like about being a VA versus being in the corporate world? Like, what is your favorite thing about being able to work from home?
Well, number one is that I'm at home. Okay, I'm at the comfort of my home. I don't have to struggle every day on the traffic in Metro Manila. So before I'm working, and my allowance for travel is 3 hours, which is you should sleep should sleep for that hour, but you have to travel. So that's one. And then next is I can be with my kids 24/7.
Yeah.
So that's the best thing about being a VA, the virtual assistant at home. And the compensation, it's really, really, how can I say? It's better.
Yeah.
Yes, it's better than working in a corporate world.
I
So
love
it's I can able to buy some things that I really want that I didn't buy when I was working in the corporate world. So just like now, I just recently got a car alone. So it's really my dream. I just got it last month, and I'm so happy that I can able to pay it with my VA salary. So
I love
that's
that.
it.
I love that. That made me so happy when I saw that on Facebook, because I thought maybe you were selling another car too to change them, and I was just so happy to see that, because I don't know, new things are always so happy and so fun to get. Well, Pam,
Yes, I agree.
I just want to say thank you. I know you're busy. I know you're a mom all day. You're working for a really big team now. So I just want to say congratulations. I look forward to you growing. I look forward to you buying many more cars and many more fun things in your life. And I love all the about your kids. So keep on posting away, keep on working hard, and thank you for inspiring and mentoring so many virtual assistants within our network.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Justin. I really appreciate your team, you and your team, Shireen, and everyone in Spear Racket.
Well, thanks, Pam. With much love. Have a great rest of your Saturday, and I'll chat to you soon.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Have a happy weekend. Bye, guys.
Yes, you too. Bye. Hey, howdy. I feel like we need to be breakdancing or something with that music. So how are you today, my man?
All good, Justin. It's been a while. How are you?
It's been a long time, man. Every year that goes by, I feel like it's been longer and longer and longer. So
Yeah.
good to see your smile, man. I appreciate you coming on, and I know quite a bit about you because we did a lot of coaching back in the day. Man, tell me, what have you been up to?
Well, it was really fast. The time is really fast, and I'm actually just surprised that we're about to like work for almost like a year with Eric,
Yep.
and it was really surprising that because I waited to be hired like I think that was almost 3 months. I'm not if I'm not mistaken. Like Shireen, were just communicating with me, and now I'm here working with the job that you I mean I was hired to. It was really surprising. I was so happy about it.
I love it. I love it, man. So tell me, like, how did you become a VA? Like, what was your background? Like, what led you to making the jump? And obviously, you were waiting for months for a job opportunity. Like, it could have been easy to quit and just go back and find a job. Like, why did you become a VA? How did you become a VA? Give me a little bit more of that story.
For sure, yeah. Well, it was actually 3 years ago when I started to when I decided to really have a full-time VA job. I really started working as a virtual assistant in 2015 when we had our Upwork client. So I started very low. It was actually $3 per hour, and with the agency cut and all, so it was very cheap. So after that, I switched to office, then went back to being a home-based freelancer. Then I decided to really do it full time. So technically, all of my life was really all about BPOs, working from home as well, and switch back to corporate office. But I decided to do the full-time job as a VA freelance 3 years ago. So I'm already working right now, counting 3 years home base full-time because of convenience, because of also the opportunities and higher pay. So those were really the factors that made me decide to switch to being a home-based VA. Though sometimes getting a client that is uncertain, that it might actually just end your contract anytime soon with no notifications or like short notice. But really looking for the best and good environment for your job that would make actually you secure.
Mm-hmm. I love that. So talk to me a little bit about like what you do. Like you're obviously working in property management, and that's obviously very unique. It's one of the things that you came with a skill set already with. We had a client of ours in Colorado that basically said like, hey, I need somebody that has property management experience. And we found you because we needed someone that already knew it for this certain position. So talk to me about like, what do you do in property management? What does a day in your life look like, kind of at a high level of what your tasks are?
Yeah, well, basically, prior to working with the elite team, I actually already have like 3 years of property management experience, and the nature of the job is really more on the tenant side of the service. So the tenant facing, that includes taking inbound calls and outbound calls for inquiries, asking for follow up on their feedback after they show or see the property, and walking them through with the applications as well. And the last part is screening their applications if they would be qualified for that specific property. So with the job that I have right now, it's actually the same, running background check, asking if they would be interested to see the property. And the last part is if they would like to renew the lease. So those were the type of support that I'm actually doing.
I love that. I love that because what you're doing is you're taking off, if we look at a real estate agent, if they're having to do all the screening and all the applications, that I'm sure you've seen it, it's a really crazy market right now in Colorado where you're at.
Yeah.
And so like you can get, I'm sure sometimes you get a stack this high of applications and some this slow, and you just have to help make sure that the properties are being filled. So I love that. So how did you get started in property management? Because you came to us and we found you with that skill set already. Where did you learn that from?
Well, I started my property management experience at OneRent. OneRent is actually California-based property management. who handles residential properties in the Bay Area. They also have in Seattle, in Washington, and also in San Diego. They already expanded as well in different states already, but mainly they started in the Bay Area. So yeah, that was, I believe, 3 years ago. So I started my work as leasing support.
I love that. I love that. So enough about business for now. Like, what do you like to do in your free time? Like, what is some, like, tell me a little bit about your family. Like, what do you enjoy to do outside of working? I know you work a lot of hours, but like, what do you like to do outside of that?
Yeah, with the pandemic, it really stretches our effort of enjoying our free times, and with the restrictions that has in our city, it's very, very difficult for us to really um, go out and be free for whatever we do usually. But with our free time now, it's actually more lenient, so we can go out of town, go to beach. I'm actually after the shift, we're going to the beach with my friends
Yes.
near the city. So it's actually one of our way to like unwind and release the stresses from different aspects in life. So yeah, with family, I always let them like discover food hub in our city. So yeah, just making a bonding with them with their free time.
I love that. What is your, I gotta ask, because me and Shireen talk about beaches all the time because that's where we want to
Yeah.
live. What is your favorite drink to have on the beach?
Uh, well, it's no longer my favorite because my doctor actually restrict me for that, but it's actually the vodka. So yeah, and the doctor told me that
I love
less
it.
vodka.
Like, is it, do you like to mix it with anything or just straight vodka?
Yeah, just straight vodka or maybe some
Oh,
soda.
you are you are crazy, man. Like, I love vodka myself, but I have to mix it with something. I can't do it straight. So, I love that. I love that. Any, what's your second favorite drink now, or what are you drinking now that you're? My doctor said less vodka too, so I've been there.
Yeah, tequila.
Tequila. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually good. Like the ready mix tequila.
I like that. I like that, man. Well, tell me, like, what are some of your future goals? Like, you're working as a virtual assistant. You're working with a great team, Eric and Kristen. Absolutely, they have big hearts. I love everything they're doing. They're
Yeah.
growing really fast too.
Yeah, it is.
So, as they continue to grow, what are some of your future goals? I know one of your future goals is to have a frozen margarita with Shireen because we all love Shireen. But outside of that, like, what are some of your future goals you hope to accomplish continuing to work and grow as a VA?
Yeah, I just want to also to highlight that the market in Colorado right now with Eric's company is really growing. That we're actually receiving from the start. It was actually very slow. That we need to like reach out to most of the prospects that were leads that we receive. But now, even if we don't reach out to them, we always receive a lot of applications for the property, and it's very impressive. Like the market is very grow. With future plans, I know that it's not I mean, we can't just stay employed, or we can stay employed when we grow, because we're not getting any younger. I'm not getting any younger anymore. But so I was actually planning to also start up my own business while earning,
Love that.
like also related to real estate and also virtual staffing, like letting my colleagues also learn how to do the job that I'm actually working right now, so that since I'm actually experiencing it myself, so I wanted them to also experience the convenience, the comfort from working from home, and also earning and doing the enjoying life at the same time. So those were the few things. Maybe I'll discover more later.
I love that. I love that. Tell me one thing that, like, what is one piece of advice you would give to virtual assistants? Because you're in Davao, right? You're not in Manila. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So if you guys are listening to this, two of the big epicenters for VAs are out of Manila, Metro Manila, and Davao. They're quite far apart, but those are kind of the two main areas we get our VAs from, for the most part. So if you're talking to VAs, like people that are listening here, we had a few comments here. Wow, I need a job, but I don't know how. Like, what would you say to these virtual assistants? Like, what is the very first step they should take to give them the best chance at getting a job, right? Should they focus on skills? Should they focus on just finding a job first? Like, what would you recommend to them?
Well, I would say the first thing maybe is to really look for what they are passionate or what they wanted to focus on, because like the skills is very important, because once we found out that the skills is you already discovered your skills or your passion in working, then it would be easier for you to look for a job, because it is very important that you always love what you are doing and you know what you are doing. Because if you don't know and you don't love what you're doing, it will always be a burden every day on your shift, especially when working on a graveyard shift, when we are working at night, since the time difference. It would be very important to have the VA understand the importance and really loving what you're doing. So the skills and the passion and the love of the job and the company as well.
Yeah, I love that you say that, because even here in America or even there in the Philippines during the day, it's easy to wake up at 8 a.m. and go to a job that you kind of dislike, right? Or kind of like. It's easy if it's during the day. When you go to the night shift, it's not easy to go to a job that you dislike a little bit. Like, you have to have a higher level of passion and desire, because while you have a lot of benefits that we've talked about working the night shift, there's also some downsides, right? You know, that we'll talk about. And so you have to have the passion and the ability and desire to do that. And so I love that you say that. You could find a paying job that pays you double, but if you don't like it, you're not going to enjoy life, which is what it's all about.
And at the end of the day, even if you're getting paid so high, then you're not happy about what you're doing, then I believe that's actually worthless. You're still gonna think of resigning at the end of the day.
Exactly. Or you're gonna have not good relationships with your family or your friends, just because you're a different person for not being truly happy inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, man, I appreciate it. I know you probably have applications stacking up. I know the Colorado market is crazy. He's like, I can see it in his eyes. It's he's ready to get back to work. So I appreciate you being able to take a few minutes with me today to chat a little bit. We got Kim coming up next, but like I've said on every interview today, man, I appreciate you sharing, because you're inspiring more employers in the United States to consider getting a VA, which just means more jobs for your friends, your family, and those that are out there looking for an awesome VA job.
Thank you so much, Justin, as well. It really helped me a lot, and I was so happy and privileged to be part of this pair.
Absolutely. Well, next time you see Kristen and Eric, tell them I say hi and that I love them as always. But man, I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday. And even though your doctor said no vodka, I think you should. I think you should sneak a little bit this weekend and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I will. With restrictions.
With restrictions, I like it. Well, man, I appreciate it with much love. I will chat you soon.
Yeah, sure. Stay safe. Thank you so much, Justin.
Yes. Bye. back for another interview. Kim, how are you today?
Hi, Justin. I'm good. You? Kamusta?
It is so good. I am not in Mexico right now. I wish I was. I'd love to, that. Man, it's good to see you. I'm excited. It's early Saturday
Yeah, you too.
for you guys. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too. Long time no see. To be honest,
It's been a
I think
long
yeah,
It's
that was a long
been,
time.
at least been 9 months or so, at least.
Yeah.
So, oh man, that's why I love doing these. We're gonna keep doing these until I get to revisit all of the hundreds of VAs.
Yes, please.
That we have outplayed. So, well, and also when the restrictions lift, I'm coming to the Philippines. And we will be throwing a big party in a few different locations. So I'll be looking forward to meeting you guys in person. Even though I know some people live all over the place. Remind me, Kim, where do you live out in the Philippines?
I'm in Batangas Lipa. That is down south of Luzon Island. Yeah, so it's kind of a province here.
I love it. I know exactly where it's at. I've been learning. For those that don't know, I have a tutor 3 days a week teaching me the language. I have a geography class I take once a week, and so I'm slowly but surely learning all the ins and outs of
That is nice. That is nice.
So pretty soon I'll start speaking to you in any native language. The problem is, I'm going to tell you, Kim, I'm just going to go on right here. The problem with learning your language right now is when we learn it from a tutor or from a book or a website, it teaches the old version. It doesn't teach Taglish, which is it's a crossover of English being brought into your guys' culture. And so I know last week I was talking to some of my team members in your guys' language, and they're like, we haven't heard that word in like 30 years.
I think those are the ancient words of Filipino language.
Exactly. You guys have so many vernacular and so many different variations. I mean, you're not called the land of 12,000 islands for no reason. So, well, awesome, Kim. Well, I know who you are. I know what you do for the most part, who you're working with, but other people don't. So tell me a little bit about your story. Like, who are you? Who's your family, and what are you currently doing as a VA with the client that we placed you with?
Yeah, hi, I'm Kim Velves, and I'm a video editor for Wise Home Team Realty. And I have a one wife, of course, and a 2-year-old kid, and we're currently 3 months pregnant.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So now you need to work even more is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And Sphere Rocket actually helped me, my wife and I decide to have a second baby because of the opportunity that we have right now in the Sphere Rocket. So thank you, Sphere Rocket.
Wow, I did not know that. That absolutely just made my day. I'm gonna have to go off camera because I'm a cry. I love that, man. I love that you had that opportunity to do that. So
yeah, thank you.
But remind me, what is your first kid's name?
My first kid's name is Brave. Brave. Brave.
I love that. I've never heard that name before, and yet I love that. Love that, man. So you found Sphere Rocket. I can already see it's improved your life in terms of being able to do things faster and make decisions for you and your family. How did you become a VA? How did you start as a video editor? Like, video editing is not something that you just wake up one day and usually just start doing. Like, how did you come across that?
Yeah, when I was a college student, I was an AB communication student, so there was a subject that we have to shoot and this and that, and apparently we don't have any video editors available, so I participated and I said I want to learn how to video edit, and that's it. That's the story. And I was the video editor as a college student, and of course, I want to be video editor video editor job when I graduated. And luckily, I got a video editing job for 3 years. And after 3 years, I shifted to another TV network. It's CNN Philippines for 3 years. Then after that, I got married and we got pregnant. And I decided I want to be I don't know, the VA terms at that time. It was 2016 or 2015, I guess, and I don't know that term. And I'm just calling myself as a freelance video editor, and I was a freelance video editor for almost 4 years, 5 years, just a uh, lone lone guy, all lone wolf guy, just a freelance with different clients. And then last year June, I found Sphere Rocket, and now I'm here.
I love it. I love it. So talk to me about like what were some of the advantages? Because we haven't talked about this today at all with anybody.
Yeah.
So I love this. What were some of the advantages of doing freelancing and some of the disadvantages? Because obviously it's kind of like real estate to my knowledge, where
Yeah.
commissions can go up and down. Like sometimes you have a lot of jobs. Sometimes you probably go weeks without any jobs. Like, talk to me about like, why is it, in your opinion, better to have a full-time stable job and freelancing on top of that if you need to versus just freelancing?
Yeah. First, I will talk about the advantages of freelancing. Freelancing, you can juggle any clients that you can have, but the disadvantage that freelancing is you don't know until when they are with you. So there are uncertainties. But with being VA, full-time VA, you have the security that they will stick with you, they will take care of you, that they will protect you from being from having a job.
Yeah. No, I love that. I love that. So tell me, people listening in here, they're going, video editing, what does that mean? Like, I know what that means. So like, give me some examples, because I mean, the team you're working for is a big real estate team, a very
Yeah.
well-known, a really well-known team, a team that runs a really tight ship. I know Heather, who you probably work closely with.
Yeah.
She's on her game. She knows what to do. She's very organized. So like, what are you video editing? Like, what are some examples of the things that you're putting videos out for in the real estate industry for them?
What I edit as of the moment are property showings. So they will give me the videos of the house, clips of the house. Then after that, I also edit some presentations of tips and tricks of the real estate and the updates, and also podcast about what is up to date news about real estates and this and all that, all about real estate and property management. And now just wanted to shamelessly plug, we have I think this is new, a Blue Palm Property Management. So that was new in the Wise Real Team Home team, and it was just a plan last year, and now we are executing that project. So this is just I'm just really happy to be part of the growing team I'm in now.
See, what I love about what you said about that is you knew last year their plans to build a business and to keep growing new like things. Like, I think so many times people think that virtual assistants are just, you know, someone across the computer that we just send a task list to and that the task list comes back, right? I think that's more
Yeah.
freelancing. What I love is you're involved in the business. You know things about their business that you're not even really having to deal with, but you know, because the way the business grows in all aspects is ultimately what comes to you and makes you successful in your job.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that, man. So tell
And they
me,
are sorry.
go ahead. I love it.
And just wanted to share how very caring and very concerned my client is, Heather and Ron. I remember just wanted to share some testimony. There was a big storm, and Batangas was really hit hard, and we have no powers, and I emailed them that we have no power, and they offer me, hey, you want to advance the payment for you guys just to help you to cope up with typhoon. No, it's okay, we're good, but still they sent anyway. So that was a great help, and that was really something that hard to see anywhere in a company
Yeah.
that really cares about the VAs, their VAs. So
No,
Just the
I love that. I love you say that because it brings up a good point. A lot of people think that Sphere Rocket is a company that employs you directly. People think that sometimes
yeah,
we employ
yeah.
you. People think that it's a misconception. We
I
don't.
thought
What
that
we do,
so.
yeah, what we do is we want to connect you as a contractor with people in the United States because when we do that, it puts less restrictions on you, right? Most of
Yeah,
the companies, they make you sign really lengthy contracts and then they like trap you into these non-compete clauses. And for us, we want you to be on there. We want the person to know where you live. We want them to know your cell phone number. We want them to know your family. We don't want you to be just another VA in a VA company, which is why we love our placement model because it allows, because like usually advance payment, that couldn't happen at a typical VA
yeah,
company. Your employer would not be allowed to do that usually, or they could not send you things. And so I love you brought that up because it allows you to
yeah.
have a team that's more family based and
Yes,
can
that's
have
true.
its own culture.
That's true. That's true.
I love that. I love that. So Kim, as someone that you went to college, you're getting to implement a lot of the things that you kind of learned in college and kind of
Yeah.
over time. What would you tell aspiring VAs that are looking for a VA job, that are on the fence? Like, what would you tell them, like, in terms of keeping going? Because, like I was telling people earlier, we had 872 applications to work for Sphere Rocket yesterday alone. Just
Oh,
yesterday. There
wow.
is
That is
a
a lot.
lot of competition. So how, and I'm going to give a few tips and tricks here in a minute too, because I love this topic. But what would you say is your biggest tip and trick to get to get recognized? Right, you got recognized by us. You stood out. Like how do you stand out against so many fellow people looking for a VA job?
For me, just study every day as much as you could, absorb the new things that is viral, that is new things on the market. Just study it, and also it's somehow a cliche, but you have to be passionate with your job. You have to be passionate with what you do, because if you don't have passion in it, it will just burn you out uh, without noticing. So, and yeah, just study and be passionate about it.
I love that. Now tell me, I'm going to ask you a question that's off the wall, kind of crazy.
Okay.
So you're really good at video editing, and videos stand out, right? We live in a new age where videos
Yeah.
stand out. I know one thing that works for me when I'm going through applications to hire for my own team. People, when they send a video message to me, it really stands out. When they send an audio message, it stands out. So, like, with someone over there, if they have no video skills, what would you recommend to them? Like, where would you recommend they learn some video editing skills? Like, is it YouTube, or like, where did you do all of your extra learning when you were learning how to video edit it? And how did you practice actually doing video edits? What did that look like for you?
Now that we have this Facebook, the social media, it is easier for us to find a community that will help you out with the skills that you want to learn. For example, video editing. You can search for a video editing community, and there's a lot of good people that will help you, that will teach you how. Of course, there's YouTube, but in generally, you can ask for a mentorship, those kind of things.
I love that. I love that. No, that's a good point, because you can literally search Facebook.
Yeah, taking advantage of the social medias. Yeah.
I love that. I wouldn't even have thought about that in terms of a skill set, because there's communities everywhere. And I think sometimes people think you have to pay for all this training. There is so much that you can get for free.
Yeah,
doing
that's
the simplistic. And Kim, one thing I like about you, and I've seen you do this a few times, and we've had a few questions in the Facebook group or in the chat rooms, or being able to talk with other VAs. I really appreciate your ability to desire to help them, which is one of the cool things about Sphere Rocket. As we continue to grow our video editor library, you just saw Jason over here earlier. I don't know if you know Jason, but there's all these different people that we can connect you with, that if you want to increase your video skills, maybe Jason's good at this type of video editing and you're good at this type. To merge those skill sets together is absolutely massive, because now you don't have to learn everything on your own.
Yeah, that is the unique part of the Sphere Rocket is the community, the heart of the community. It's really a rare side of a of a job of a company
Yeah.
actually.
I love that. So tell me, what are some of your goals, man? Like I love your high energy. You're just like me, full, always smiling. Like, what are some goals of yours over the next 5, 10, 15, like 20? Like, what are some big goals for you in your life? And more
Yeah.
importantly, what do you like to do for fun? I mean, video editing's fun, but like, what do you
Yeah,
do?
video. Yeah, for fun, what I do for fun, of course. I don't want to be a hypocrite, but to be honest, I really do love video editing. So, what I do is I take advantage. I took photos, I took videos of my family, or for example, we go on a vacation and just compile some videos and stuff. And I also, for my free time, I do some video games. Currently, I'm playing FPS game Valorant. If
Yeah,
you're familiar with it, it's
I am.
a PC game and online PC FPS game. So I record it, then somehow sometimes I just compile some badass videos if I play a good a good game.
I like it.
And yeah, my plan for next to 5 to 10 years, I just wanted to keep it a secret, but because you're Justin, you're the CEO, I will tell you, just keep it to between us. so so what I'm planning is I wanted to build a business, of
Mhm.
course,
Of
a
course.
business that sells food,
Yeah.
but the specific food that I'm thinking is a soy pudding.
Mm.
It's a traditional breakfast here in the Philippines. It's called taho. So you have pearls, you have pudding, you have uh, syrup, those kind of things, and you sell them in the streets, and a vendor will sell it. And that is my one of my dream business here in the Philippines, because what I see in this year in our area, right,
Mhm.
as of the moment, we don't have that kind of uh, breakfast.
Mm.
So it's kind of unique for a business idea
I
to
love that.
sell one of those. So I
No.
hope we keep it a secret, because if someone hears that idea, it might be stole from me. So I hope.
I love it.
Yeah, just kidding. But yeah, those are my dream, my one of the dreams while saving it and building that the business idea.
I love that. And what I like about this is people like Ron and Heather, they are such great business people and
Yeah,
great people that
they
they
are.
want to help you achieve that. Like I think a lot of times people think that they're like corporation or teams like don't want them to achieve their own jobs and businesses. And at the end of the day, you know, we run businesses that we started ourselves. Like we want our employees to learn how to run a business and, you know, keep growing and follow their
Yeah,
passion. So I
that's true.
absolutely love that. I think Shireen's listening in here. She said that she would buy it. So here's the thing. Shireen is always eating something extremely good and yummy. So
Yeah.
all you need to do is sell it to Shireen. And Shireen, I've seen Shireen threw me a birthday party this year virtually, and she sent me a picture of the birthday party.
What?
Like all the good food she had there was crazy. So just sell it to Shireen. She'll be your only customer. She'll make you a lot of money. That girl, she spends a lot of money on food, and I love it. So I will also,
Will do.
I'll come and visit you and buy you out. I'll buy it all. So
Yes, please. Yes, please. Buy some taho from me.
I
And
will.
Shireen also.
No problem.
I'll
So
be counting on that.
well, Kim, I really appreciate you jumping on, man. We need to connect more often. I look forward to seeing
Yeah.
you as
Yeah,
we
please.
grow. Let's stay in contact. Whenever I'm back in the Philippines, I will definitely hit you up and
Yes.
look forward to meeting you in the future. But until then, man, much love. Appreciate you taking
Yes.
time to
Looking forward to it.
inspire everybody.
Thank you, Justin, for the opportunity. Yeah. Just wanted to take also the opportunity to thank you and Sphere Rocket team. Really, always a great job of hiring and helping Filipinos like us being a VA. Very big
Absolutely.
help.
Absolutely. And do me a favor. Let me know when that next cute kid of yours is born. I would love to congratulate you.
Yes, we will. I will. Thank you so much, Justin.
Absolutely. Thanks, kid. Have a great day.
Okay, stay safe.
Bye. All right, let's see. We got a few more interviews coming up here. Melvin is going to jump in with us as well. We're going to have us a big old round talk. Matt's even going to come in. So we got Matt, we got Shireen, we got everybody joining in here in just a second. All right, we are back with my favorite people, Melvin and Shireen. I mean, Melvin, today I like you way better than Shireen. Shireen was being a little bossy this morning. She was telling me I didn't do my work yesterday and that I was golfing for too long. So, Melvin, I like you better. Where's your furry friends? They're usually with us.
They're sleeping. Yeah. I'm kind of like jealous. They're sleeping, but I love work. I love doing what I do. But yeah, I'm here. And yeah, thank you for saying that out loud that I'm one of your favorites, because I can feel it. And that lady down there is, she can just be on the background and I'll be here on your front runner.
I agree. Well, she's on mute. So Shireen, what are you up to? You working hard?
No, I'm just watching the whole 8 hours of my shift.
Oh man, that's crazy. I know you guys. If you guys are listening, our CEO in the Philippines is Shireen. She doesn't work. She doesn't work during the day. She watches Netflix all day. I'm pretty sure she goes and just gets massages all day. She just eats food all day. Like, I don't actually know if she works that hard for us, though. But that's just my opinion. But Shireen, I gotta ask you, and Mel, you might have heard this too. On our last interview, we just heard that because of the opportunity that Sphere Rocket has given some people, that people are literally having kids now because they're more financially stable to be able to do so. If that isn't awesome, I don't know what is. And I just wanted you guys to hear that because Melvin, you've been with us for quite a while now. Shireen, you've been with me since day one of this. I almost started crying when I hear that a company can change someone's life by giving them the opportunity to feel comfortable to have kids financially. I don't know. You could give me $0 a year and I would be fulfilled with that type of news. I don't know about you, Shireen, but I thought that was pretty cool.
Actually, that's true. Sphere Rocket is really changing people's lives. Specifically for those Filipinos aspiring to be a virtual assistant, and Sphere Rocket has given them opportunities, and some of them you have spoke to them. Those are one of the top 30 hired VAs of Sphere Rocket, and I do believe that in some ways Sphere Rocket have changed their lives because of the job opportunity that we have extended to them. And Sphere Rocket is really a great medium of the above in helping people. And a lot of people doesn't really realize that.
Yeah, no, I love that. So Melvin, tell me, you came from one of my favorite industries, and we keep hearing this theme. There's a lot of casino dealers. If I had to take a guess, 50% of Sphere Rocket's placements come from casinos, and there's a reason why I love that. But we have so many people that come from a casino. So you came over to us as a recommendation, and now you are one of our lead recruiters on the fast track to basically one day lead our recruitment organization in different standpoints. So tell me, like why Sphere Rocket? You were a casino dealer. You were living the high life. You were, I'm sure, you were having the parties, the fun, the, I think someone was telling me that you guys would go clubbing and just have a good time. Like, why a VA job? Why did you want to work for Shireen? Like, why? Like, tell me, like, what craziness got into your brain and led you to us?
Okay. Well, to answer that question, I've always been trying to become a virtual assistant from the get-go. Like when I reached my late 20s, excuse my age, I've always wanted to become a virtual assistant. But of course, opportunity has been elusive because of my experience. I don't have anything to do virtually, so I may not have some contribution that the clients are looking for. That's why it has been elusive for a while. But then opportunity came when I just posted like 3 days before my birthday on this group page that I just recently joined, and that is so-called Sphere Rocket Filipino VA. And I just said how, and that was like the next level of everything. And then the next day I was interviewed, and then the next I was onboarded, and then the next day I was starting my full shift. And it started very fast, and now I'm on a track where I can't believe in a span of 7 months I started on just interviewing, not interviewing, but managing your social media platforms, and now being able to evolve in so many levels that I can really like be proud of. I've learned to interview, I've learned to even dig deeper on people's personality and what they are, what they've done in the past, in order for me to better provide applicants to our client. And now I'm leading final interviews on the side. It's also one of the biggest fulfillment in my life, where I was able to change some people's lives, like Filipinos in general, because when we break the news that they are hired, and they start crying in front of you, that also brings, I'm like a tearjerker here, like every time I hear something like that, because I'm in a circle where my family is like my top priority. So yeah, it kind of like that magnitude of experience in 7 months is very, I cannot compare that to all the experiences that I've had, the parties, like alcohol friends, the high profile people. I cannot compare that with what I have with Sphere Rocket right now.
I love that. So Shireen, talk to me a little bit about, I want to dig deep into something here about our hiring process. So there's this reoccurring theme. Whenever I go to hire a new VA with you, when you and I consult who we're going to hire next, you and I hire within like an hour. Like I don't really do any research. Like you and I go against some of what we teach people, and you and I hire fast. Like if I like somebody, I'm hiring them. And the reason why I want to talk about this is we've learned today, with what Melvin just said and other things, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people desiring to be a virtual assistant, right? And when there's that many applications coming in, I'm willing to take chances on people like Melvin, who I like his personality, I like his energy, and I like just his love of life, rather than maybe someone with experience. Because here's what, Shireen, if Melvin would have come in and disappointed us in different areas, guess what? Not to sound rude, I could have found 5 more people that would have taken the job. And so I tell people that because a lot of people are scared to get a virtual assistant because they're scared that it might not be the right VA. It might not be the right fit. Guys, if that's the case and that's the only thing holding you back, I can show you our numbers. We have thousands of applications coming in weekly. There will always be someone that fits you and your style. You just have to trust the process to do that. So Shireen, tell me like, how are you getting VAs from non-experience? Because some of our clients, they want experience, we'll help you find it. But I suggest finding non-experience because we can help groom you and train you in the ways that are going to be better for your success. You tell me, Shireen, what is the secret sauce and what are you looking for? Because you hire people like Melvin. I don't even think I even gave the yes on that one. You just hired him. So like, what are you looking for when you're hiring for our team?
Number one is attitude.
I love that.
Your skills will be irrelevant if, see, I saw my top one there. Raymond. Okay, so number one is attitude. Second is skills. That would be the latter part. Because your skills will be irrelevant if you do not have the right attitude to perform at your best as a personal assistant. So for me, I always give high chances for those non-experienced, as what I did with Melvin. He doesn't have any virtual assistant experience at all. It's just, guidance, proper structure, answering all the questions that he has, clarifications, and what he does on his end is he applies it to himself. That's a good thing about Melvin. So it because if you're going to work with someone, it's always two to tango. I am always here to help you. We are always here to train you, but you will always need to adapt to what we are teaching you and applying. So that is basically the key factor that we are looking for in an applicant. And I've been passing that best practices onto the team, and now that's why right now they are very good when it comes to hiring people. We were able to use their best judgment, whether it's experience and not experience.
I love that. Now, Shireen, talk to me about super important question here, and this is probably gonna be the biggest question of the day. What is it about Filipinos that keep you guys looking so young? Because Melvin doesn't look a day over like 20, and you don't look like a day over like 25. Like, I gotta know the secret. Is it like some skincare routine? Is it like what is it? I gotta know. I mean, Melvin can answer this too. It's an open question.
Well, I
For
think
me,
it's yeah. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry.
Go.
Okay, for me, I think it's my best pal, Johnny Walker Black Label. He's like my go-to guy. Yeah, like on the weekends, he's my, one of my good guys to go to. So that's explains it.
All right, I'm opening up Amazon right behind your face right now. I'm gonna order me some of that. So I like that. Shireen, what about you?
For me, I'm not an alcoholic person, so I don't have a Johnny Walker pal. Melvin, you know that. I never drink with you. I just
Yeah,
drink
but we
wine.
have your Chardonnay. We have your Chardonnay, your Moscato. So alcoholic? That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, but for me, I think the reason why Filipinos look young is because they just happy with what they have. They always smile. Even if we are facing the hardest times of our life, pandemic, storms after storms, it's just we are still embracing everything as long as we are with our families, spending time with them, even if we are having a hard time because we don't have jobs, we don't have money to put in, we don't have food to put in the table. As long as with our family, yeah, we are happy. So I think that is one of the things that make Filipinos look young.
Yeah, I love that. Now, Shireen, something I've heard a lot today, and I really love that this was covered, was this misconception around money in the Philippines, right? We had a few people say that like a BPO job that they would really desire to get out of college was paying $250, $300, $400 a month. And these are jobs that people strive to get to, right? These are jobs that you have to drive to, you have to get to. And so you've lived in Singapore, you've been in different places and seen these different economies. So I would love from the CEO's version, like how would you explain to somebody in the United States, like VA income is better than average income of any job that you could get in there? Because to us, it seems like sometimes we're underpaying people, right? That's our instinct because our economy is so different. So like, I know how I would say it, but how would you tell a US-based employer that the VAs are, we've had 20 VAs on today that all say that they love the pay of their job. How would you explain to a US employer and try to teach them that the pay's good and it can be really, really lucrative for virtual assistants as they grow? How would you explain that?
Maybe the way we're going to explain that to our clients is because of the US dollar currency here in the Philippines, it's still the currency itself is really fighting. So that is why our economy is fluctuating back and forth. So because of the currency, we are still getting a lot. Because though we are getting our pays in our own Philippine currency, in Philippine peso, but looking at it in dollar conversion, it's still a lot. And the cost of living here in the Philippines is not the same in the US. It's times 50 if you're going to ask me. So if I have $1, if I have a penny, it's 50 pesos here in the Philippines, and that's one meal in a day.
Yeah.
So if I am getting just $1 an hour,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm going to eat a lot of times in a day.
Yeah.
If I'm going to spend 8 hours a day, so I'm going to eat 8 hours 8 times a day if I'm earning $1 because times 50. So it's really very lucrative for virtual assistants to earn while working at the comfort of their home and,
Yeah.
just doing what they love.
Now, Shireen, why do you think that there's a misconception about pay when it comes to our company? Because we give people the virtual assistant at the hourly rate. So sometimes people will go, well, why are you so much cheaper than other VA companies? Are you underpaying? Are you not giving us this quality of people? Like, you've seen the back end of some of the largest VA companies in the world. Like, talk to me a little bit about how they're set up. Now, all companies are set up differently, so I put this little, caveat on there that they all operate differently, right? And I'm not saying that these companies are bad, because a lot of them are really good companies, but talk to me about how some of them are set up on how they charge the US-based client, and then how the VA actually gets a small portion of that. Like, talk me through that process and some of the advantages or disadvantages to that.
All right. The normal virtual assistant agency here in the Philippines, they charge tremendously clients with monthly retainer fees. For example, they will charge the client like $3,000 monthly, and 800 of those will go to the VA. So the client will pay the client the $3,000 on a monthly basis, and the agency will then send the $800 to the VA themselves. And the thing about it is the client doesn't know how much the VA is getting, and sometimes the VA doesn't know, or most of the time the VA doesn't know how much the client is paying with the agency. What the VA know is only my salary. It's like, what are you paying me? But are you paying with the agency? I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah.
So basically that's the difference. And the way SpearRocket operates is totally like a 360-degree turn, because we don't charge our clients tremendous fees. We do charge them one-time recruitment fee, but on top of it, they are getting a lot of benefits.
Yeah.
We manage their VAs for them. We provide trainings, and the training is consistent on a weekly basis. We provide training modules. Our trainings are updated on a weekly basis as well. And not only that, we have an open community that they can go to every time they are having questions.
Yeah.
So it's a never-ending benefits that the client will be benefiting from SpearRocket, and the VA as well.
I love that. Melvin, talk to me about what are what are you doing these days? Like, talk to us about the process, because you started off on one of our training sites and doing more training and Facebook outreach and things like that, and now you moved into interviews. Like, talk to me about how many interviews a day are you doing? Like what are you doing during an interview? Like, help our clients understand what we're doing. Like, we talked to JB earlier. Like, he talked a little bit about it, but our clients sometimes go, Justin, I'm gonna go get my own VA. I'm gonna go to Craigslist in the Philippines and try to find somebody, which, full transparency, they could do. But that VA may be working for 25 people. The VA may be a scammer. The VA may be someone that's just gonna pass the work on to somebody else. Like, what are you doing during interviews to try and find, if you have 100 interviews, how do you get it down to the top 10? Like, what are you doing to find the best talent?
Okay. To answer that question, with the practice that I got from Shireen, she always tells us to always put yourself in the client's shoes. It's as if you're the one hiring them. So the first thing that I always look for is, the chemistry that we have. If he or she was able to answer my questions, and then I'll dig deeper on the tasks that they were able to do in the past. If they're experienced or if they're not experienced. So what are the things that you can offer to our clients? So I always make sure that they have something in there. It may not be the skill, but at least the personality, and the urge to learn more, the hunger for knowledge. I think those are the two key takeaways that I always go for and look for in a virtual assistant or aspiring virtual assistant.
Yeah, I love that. And so, how many interviews? I know you're transitioning now into being a final interview with us with the client, just because of your ability, your excitement, and your track record. But when you were doing first round interviews, second round interviews, how many interviews are you doing per day on average in going through?
All right. When I was doing initial interviews for non-experienced, once I was doing around 10 to 14, but now when I was doing only experienced applicants, I was going for 10 because I need to really know what they have, like personality wise, if they can really connect with any of our clients. Since I'm also meeting with some of our clients here in Sphere Rocket,
Yep.
so I would, and moving forward, the next one now is with final interviews. So for non-experienced, that's 10 to 14, but now I'm going at 10, and now with final interviews.
Yeah, I love that. So if you guys do the math, Shireen, I don't even know how many recruiters we have. It's at least like 10 or so right now. If we have 10 recruiters doing 10 interviews a day, that's 100 a day, right? And then you do that times 5 days a week, that's 500. You do that 4 times a month, we're at 2,000 interviews a month, right? When we're only placing 50 clients a month right now on average with the VA, guess what? We're going for 2,000 faces to get down to the top 50. Right? If you go on Craigslist in the Philippines, you're going to get like 10 applications to your job, and you're going to find one that seems okay, which is fine. They might work out for you. The problem is you didn't go through 2,000 applications, right, to get there. And so we find some really cool talent in these 2,000 applications because it's just a numbers game. The more people you see resumes for, the more people you talk to, right? Sometimes resumes look great, and the person cannot communicate at all with you. And then sometimes their resume looks awful, but they're so sharp, you're like, okay, maybe you just lacked resume building skills and it wasn't something you were taught, right? Too many people judge a book by its cover too soon. Like in the United States, when we do hiring, we judge the resume so hard. Like we'll sometimes not even let people through the process if their resume doesn't look good. And yet, sometimes our employers in the United States judge a Filipino's resume too hard. We forget that here in the United States, when I was in middle school, I learned how to build a resume. When I was in high school, I learned how to build a resume. We have a different level of education than you guys do. And so when we're hiring, that's why we're the experts. That's why many times we don't want to share the CV and resumes with you too soon, because you may overjudge it and you don't understand the culture. I don't even fully understand the culture to a degree that Melvin and Shireen, who have lived there for, I mean, you guys have only been alive 20 years, but it's 20 more years than I have in the Philippines. And so I just want to share that with you guys because I love how you bring a really unique, and recruiting in the US is way different than recruiting in the Philippines. It is a completely different thing. Because guess what? VAs, when they're being recruited by me, they're shy, they're reserved. Right? When they're able to talk to Melvin and Shireen, their true personalities come out, and it makes them feel more comfortable before getting in front of that client. So
let me add something to that, Justin. Do you know the reason why those applicants really is having a good conversation with all of our recruiters?
Yeah.
Because we don't let them feel that it's the interview process.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to be comfortable in their own selves. I want them to only have just a simple conversation as if they were friends, longtime friends who never had a chat.
Yeah.
So that's what our team is doing during the initial phase of the interview. That's why you can see from the interview videos that we have collected and compiled, most of them are just themselves. They are laughing out loud as if I'm a friend to Melvin. The first time I interview Melvin, it's not really an interview.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we went for an hour actually.
Yeah, we are really just having a good conversation. And some of his friends, I found out, is my friends also. I only figured out that his batchmate previously is my cousin. His teacher before is my best friend who is now in Dubai. You see how the world is really small? I only found out when Melvin is within the team already. But during the time that he's applying, I know nothing about Melvin, And we are not the type of recruitment agency or recruitment firm that really look into just the resume, as what you've mentioned. I agree to you. We don't judge them just because of the resume.
Yeah.
And that is the reason also why I don't send out resumes to our clients, because right off the bat, they choose which applicants they want to talk to. And I don't want that to happen. But there are some clients that, The problem is they have a high expectation, which they need to really, look into about themselves.
No, I love that. I love that. Well, guys, what would you guys say? I'd love to, just because we got time here before we take a break. Melvin, tell me some of your dreams, your aspirations. I mean, I know your biggest dream is to have like 10 more little furry animals running around at all times. But outside of that, what are some of your life goals? And I guess the question, and you can tell me honestly here, like, can you achieve those with the path you're on at Sphere Rocket right now?
Absolutely. With my dreams and aspirations, I want to be with your team and this company for the long time. If I could stay in the company until this hair turns gray, I'd be more than happy to be honest. And in order for me to achieve that, you are helping me build that dream. You're always one step ahead of us in providing what we need and also helping us grow as a person when it comes to our profession, the career that we're taking. You know the right path for us to point at. So I think I'm on the right track. And if you would want me to stay, I would stay. But if you want me to go, I would still stay. So, if you take my access off, I can put the access back in. So I'll be back here in your team. You know what I mean?
Melvin, if I ever let you go, just come to the casino in Manila. You'll find me there. That's what I look forward to. I look forward to getting to see you guys after the long pandemic. And Shireen, one thing we don't talk a lot about is you as the CEO. You manage a lot of people. You manage. I mean, let's just be honest here. You manage 400 plus real estate agents. And guys, real estate agents are a pain in the ass because I am one, and you know me. Any agent that doesn't say that they're not a pain in the ass is lying to you. We are unorganized. We go really fast. We love people though, but we're just unorganized. And so you deal with, I mean, that's just last year. That's not even counting this year's numbers. You dealt with 400 plus real estate agents who many were making their very first hire ever, which is stressful. You're dealing with 400 plus virtual assistants, which is stressful. You're dealing with combining two unknown personalities together, which is stressful. You're dealing with typhoons that take down the internet of the entire country for a day. And your employers go, what the heck? And the VAs are like, we're without power. Like, how do you stay sane? Like, how do you reset yourself? You just told me you don't drink alcohol, so I think you're even crazier. Like, how do you, like, I know the answer. You're just generally a good person with a lot of self-love for yourself. But Shireen, how do you stay as organized? How do you stay, I mean, I know you got a great team. You built a great team with you. But how do you do it? I mean, you're doing something that not many even Americans could do if they even dreamed of running the organization that you run. How do you do it?
To be honest, Justin, I don't know. There is no perfect recipe to it.
Yeah.
But I'm being myself. What I do, I know for myself that I wear a lot of hats, different hats. When I am managing the VAs, when I am talking to clients, when I am talking to the team, and a lot more. But maybe it's because of the passion I have, the love I have with what I'm doing. And even if I don't get to have hours of sleep, and the following day I need to work, I am still alive and kicking. And because also I have a good environment, working environment. You were there, Melvin is there, the rest of the team is there. They are the one who keeps me going. The clients as well, and me seeing the tears on the hired VA's eyes during the time that they got hired. Me hearing some thank you, Miss Shireen, for answering my question. Thank you, Miss Shireen, for being always there. That makes me going, to be honest. And I don't have a perfect recipe to why I am able to do everything.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I love that. And one thing that I haven't announced to the team yet that we'll just go ahead and announce here, that we just hit the $1 million organization mark in a rolling 12-month period, which is insane for a company that's been around for the time we've been around, and for you to build it that fast with us and to kind of keep the wheels on the bus. Absolutely amazing to hit 7 figures in the first 12 months. I mean, we went months where we didn't even place any clients. And so to actually now have a full 12 months, we're pacing over $2.5 million worth of income for the company. And when you're seeing that in the ability to double the size of our organization I know Melvin, I don't know if you've been told yet, you got a pay raise yesterday. I don't even know if that's been announced yet. There's a lot of different things that are going on. And I just love that you, Shireen, were able to build that with your team, of course. But I mean, let's just be honest, Shireen, I have never met you in person. I have never met any of our team in person. It has been completely virtual. And so I just share that number, not to say, look at us, but to show that the power of having virtual assistants and building a team that all has the same goal in mind. You don't have to be in person. You don't have, I mean, heck, we you threw me a birthday party that I attended. I'm pretty sure someone took their phone in the water and I was swimming with you virtually. And it was just, it's fun when you accept the virtual environment. So Melvin, if you didn't know about the pay raise, congratulations. You had another pay raise happen yesterday.
Thank you.
Of course. But I appreciate you guys as always. Shireen, you guys have any closing remarks you want to share with the world?
I think what only I can share with our clients is for them to trust their virtual assistants. That is the number one thing that they need to do with their virtual assistant. Same goes with you. You trusted me with this business. And right now, you just mentioned we hit $1 million in revenue and more than that. So because there's a lot of clients who are, stepping back because reality, it's really hard to let go of something that you've been doing on, and then suddenly someone is going to take over for you. But you really want to leverage. Only virtual assistants can help you.
Mm-hmm.
And you always need to trust your virtual assistants. Same way as Justin trusted me, and same way as Justin have trusted the team, you'll be able to come up with your own team of virtual assistants for your own business as well. All you need to do is follow what Justin has been doing. Justin has been a great person, and he's a good, trainer and a coach as well. And he is willing to really share everything, all the knowledge that he has to everyone. That's why Sphere Rocket is here. So
love it.
Go to our calendar, Sphere Rocket, www.sphererocketva.com, and choose your timing and talk to Justin and the rest of our salespeople. We have Gail and we have Matt. They will help you 100%.
How about you, Melvin? What's your outgoing words of wisdom to the world today?
Well, for me, for all hesitant clients, I'm one of Justin's living proof that non-experienced virtual assistant exists that can perform well. Well, I'm not, bringing myself up out there, but I'm just trying to explain that non-experienced virtual assistants are a good trade. In this situation, you get them for lower rates, and then you'll get them for a very long time. And with the knowledge that I didn't have before and which I have now, that is something unimaginable. And I'm very thankful because I'm already capable of doing as such, not just by interviewing, but doing everything else. Because being a virtual assistant does a lot of things. It's not just about a straight line that you go through. You have a lot of curves that you'll need to attend to. So, trust the process. Non-experienced virtual assistants are a go-to in my hat.
Well, I love that you said something there because I'm going to ask you a question. What would you say the average casino employee makes on a monthly salary in the Philippines? I know there's different positions, but what would you say average of someone dealing with casino?
Okay, for a casino dealer, we're earning around 25 to 30,000 pesos. So that's roughly around $500 to $600 in a month.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. So just so you guys can get that, 25 to 30,000 Filipino pesos, about $500 to $600 a month worth of income. So that's equivalent to about $3 to $4 an hour on the high end to be a casino dealer. So talk to me about that. Why did you leave that income? Because when you joined us, we paid you a little bit less to start than that, but then you rose. So why did you take that jump?
I took the risk because I know that, I trusted on the first instinct that I saw, just the page itself, all the presentation there. So I trusted that process and I took my gut, okay, I'll leave this industry and I'll go to what I've been trying to penetrate over the past few years because no one had took the opportunity to take me in their team. And I've been posting jobs here in online jobs, in Upwork, anywhere that I can get online jobs. But I'm just very unlucky with that. But with you and Miss Shireen here, you took you took me out of your gut. That's why I'm here. I think I'm part of your team and I can provide more to the team as well with when it comes to collaboration. So I'm not just limited to just one. I can provide you with multiple ideas as well. As long as you give me an idea and I'll shoot you with anything that I can think of. There's a lot of magic going on right here.
I love that. I love that. Well, I love asking that question because it just helps get people variation. And man, if I was to do any other job in the world, I would want to work at a casino. I love casinos. You're gonna have to teach me how to win blackjack every time, or you're gonna teach me all the cheats. Okay, teach me all the cheats. Might get you arrested, but it'd be fun.
It's fun to get arrested. It's not yet ticked on my bucket list, so let's take that out.
I'm here.
Yeah.
It's all right. Well, we don't need to talk with Shireen. We'll take this offline. But I appreciate you guys jumping on with me today. And absolutely enjoy this. Shireen, we're actually going to end this live. I know we got some more VAs jumping on later, but we're going to change the link to it just so you know. So that way I can end this one. But with that being said, much love, Melvin. Much love, Shireen. I appreciate you guys jumping on with me, chatting for a little bit. And I can't wait for a karaoke session. We have a karaoke session, I think, Monday morning at 7 a.m. So be on the lookout. I'm ready to have some fun with y'all.
Ready your songs.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you.
I have all the songs. Ready.
I bet.
All right. I'll see you guys. Have a great rest of your day and early Saturday morning.
All right. Bye.
I see you guys.